Hello. What's up, everybody? Crescent Kill, thank you. Thank you, thank you. We did it. The healer war scored badly. Oh, yeah. We started something. The healers are upset. They're not happy. But that's normal, right? So no surprise there. Hey, Lillian, what's up? It's only boys? Oh, Ravenna. Congrats on the puppies, though. Nice. Only boys. Whoa. Oh, I forgot my coffee. Wait a sec. All right. Hey, Aki, what's up? That's Chester. Yeah, I forgot my coffee, okay? Forgot the coffee. Let's lower this fan a little bit. It's hot. Very hot. Hey, Bishu. Hey, Clavy, what's up? Hey, Oblivion. I'm glad you like watching the kill. Here to be an upsetty spaghetti healer. Nice. We need to have all of the upset healers in this stream. Otherwise, we wouldn't have any fun, right? Good morning, TikTok. What's up? Thank you, Billy. Hey, AdBlue. Thank you so much for 29 months. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Jagger. Ooh, there is another Oblivion. Uh-oh. Hope you don't start a territory war or something. What's going on, dealers? Just watch my TikTok. You'll know. I made a little bit of fun. And people were upset. I was just joking. Half joking, honestly. It took all my wisdom teeth? No. Well, then your IQ must be quite a lot lower now. Sorry to hear. Just a little bit of trolling, yeah, just a little bit of banter, you know? Just a little bit of banter. Maybe you should switch to Rest Druid and heal some keys. And fail miserably. Dude, that'd be so good. You can take some heat for this? Oh yeah, you should read the comments. They're not happy. They're very upset. Ooh. It's the summer song. Don't you have 21 times as a healer? Yeah, 21. That doesn't count, does it? That is true, Kuros. I don't think I can win. Someone literally said someone said something like, oh, well, you only do 24s and 25s. Have you ever tried healing an 18? That's where it's hard to heal. And I'm just like, sorry, the keys that you're doing are too high. You need to do lower keys. You know what? I believe it, though. I believe it. You're probably right. They're probably right. We will make our heal next year as punishment. Oh no. If you fail it at 24, you're just dead. There's nothing to heal. Depends. There's some bosses where you have to heal a lot. But usually people in hierarchies are better at preventing damage anyway. If you have things to prevent. The funny thing is, I do think that healing is harder than playing DPS in a key. I never even... The funny thing is that the point of the TikTok is not for me to say that healing isn't hard. It's just that healers are just like have bad takes lately. Which both can be true, right? A role can be hard and people that play that role can have bad takes simultaneously. It can both be true. But people think that I implied that healing is really easy, which is not what I implied. But that's fine. But I know from 18s is preventing damage not a thing. Yeah, I can totally see that. Yeah. JB does occasionally have crazy thoughts. He does. Yeah. JB is definitely one of those people that I was referring to. I was mainly just memeing. It's just that the healers are complaining so much lately. Even though Blizzard took away Explosive and Grievous. Yeah. And Grievous it took away. Says something that makes 100% sense and people will still say you meant something different. People... Yeah, I mean, people just like to interpret things the way they want it to be, you know? But I think that's generally the internet, yeah. If you hear something, you just interpret it in a way that might not be the correct way. But people like to be... I feel like it's this whole, like... People want to be outraged about things, so they just always interpret it in the worst way possible. Thanks for Prime. Rudy Raccoon, thank you very much. And thanks for 2 months, Bigs and Pieces. Thank you. Gotta get the exercise somehow. Jumping to conclusions is a great choice. That is very true. Hi, Tan Queen. Thank you. Glad you liked the banner. Hey, Safi Pro. We have the same chair. I kind of wish I had a new one. Because this chair is not... Like, I had Secret Labs chair at the Liquid facility, and they do this thing where they lean back a little bit, and this chair doesn't do that. And now I kind of want the chair that leans back. Been away from retail for a while. Are healers really the bottleneck at the moment? In what sense? And what do you mean by that? I mean, if they're the problem? Or if you don't have enough healers? Oh, finding groups? I don't think so. I mean, at least not on hierarchies. I don't think you usually have like a super hard time finding healers. The hardest thing to find is usually tanks. And then healers and then DPS. That's what I feel like, at least. Oh shit, what did Kennick say? There's TGP drama. Oh no. More drama. Sign me up. Oh, Kennick's looking for a great push team? What the hell? Why? That makes no sense. They kicked Kennex? Or Kennex left? That makes no sense. Kennex is the greatest player alive. Why would they do that? What happened? They just... Oh, they fully disbanded? Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, I mean, we all know that that team is pretty volatile, I guess. Things happened in the past where they like disbanded or whatever. I know that there have been issues in the past. I don't know what happened this time, but that does suck though. That sucks. I hope they get back together, or if they don't, then I hope Kennex can find a team at least. It would be a shame if Kennex can't compete. Burn proof. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. They still have some time, right? Time trials are in like 2 weeks or something. So I mean, still have time to figure things out, but we're back one sec. I guys, remind me that I have to get something from the basement after this key. All right? Remind me. Actually, maybe I could do it now. I should just do it now since we're still waiting for a healer. Yeah, I'll be right back 1 second. All right. Unless she's gone, share stream. I know y'all love the chair. Robin's response mechanics looking for a team. Don't worry, I've heard this story before. You'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, that is that is also something that happens for sure. That they just change their minds again. Stove joint cheese. Really? Wait, like another Shadow Priest? There's no way. Really? So they didn't disband. They actually, like, Kennex just left? Huh. Interesting. Okay, I think this group is not gonna happen. Besides Underworld and Lair, what key you think will be higher one on Great Push? It's a good question. I think... Oof, it's a good question. I think the highest keys are going to be the keys that have the most lenient timer. And I think the most lenient timer is for sure Underworld and Nelth Lair. And possibly Breckenheight. Right? I think Breckenheight timer is pretty lenient. Most of the time you deplete the keys because you like full wipe on a boss. Mainly the last boss. But other than that, it's always a good thing to look at Radar.io. If you look at timed keys, what you see sometimes is that that they +2 a really high key. Like you see it here, they +2 at 25. But there's only, like, there's not that many 26s here, right? So whenever you see something like this, where there's like only 8 26s in total, but you see 25s 2-chested, then that's like an indicator for the dungeon being difficult to complete, but the timer itself is not that hard. So I think Breckenheight is probably one of those keys that you can do really high levels in TGP in, because in TGP you're super coordinated. Like, because the difficult part about Breckenheight is the last boss totem damage. That's it. Other than that, it's not that hard of a key. And then TGP, you can coordinate it super well, right? You can, first of all, everyone can run beacon if you want. You can bring 5 beacons if you want. You can fully coordinate your cooldowns. Because in a PUC or in live servers, people don't fully map out their offensive cooldowns, right? They don't fully like say, oh, I use cooldowns for this totem, I use cooldowns for this totem. Like you don't do that. But in TGP, you can do that. And on TGP, they have infinite tries to try the boss. Like you can just, you know, if you wipe, you try again, you try again, you try again, you try again, until you finally figure out a way to do it, kind of like a raid boss. So I think Breckenheight is probably one of those keys that does go really high, I think. Other than that, the timers, I think, are kind of tight in Freehold. Halls is also decently tight. Notharis pretty tight. Vortex, a bit easier than Notharis, I would say, but still like not as easy as the others. And Uldaman also not that easy. Yeah, so I think Breckenheight, Nelth, and Notharian's Lair and Underworld probably gonna be the highest keys, yeah. I think Notharis will have different strats comparing to what we see in PUCs because of the chains, for example. I think it depends. It's very possible that they've tried to play all of the trash with the chains somehow and then skip a lot of the rest. But I'm not sure if that's really possible. Like, I don't know how much trash you can feasibly do with the chains. And then another thing you have to consider is the travel time. Which is not like if this was MDI, like if I think about MDI, then I think people wouldn't do as much trash with chains as people would think. Because of travel time, right? Because in pucks right now, the way I do pucks, they always go this side first, do the chain, then you go this side, and then you come back, you do a chain again, you do boss, you do this, you do chain, you know, and you like fully map up your chains in a high key puck right now. But I think in an MDI that wouldn't necessarily be the most efficient because you have to run left, right. So I think personally that instead of doing this chain first in an MDI, you probably just, you do chains, but I don't think you go out of your way to pull trash backwards. But TGP is different, right? So in MDI, I don't think you would like do any kind of shenanigans where you pull trash from China all the way to like a chain or whatever. I don't think you would do that because that's like more of a time loss than just killing it with your damage. But in TGP, it's different, right? TGP, it's not about speed running, it's just about timing them. So in TGP, it is very possible that they're gonna like do as much trash as they possibly can with chains. But people are already kind of doing that in pucks. Like this is a pug route that I have here, where you do this with the first chain. Then you go this side, you do the boss, then you come back, then you do this with 2 chains and this with 2 chains. And then you have one more chain for this, you know, like there's a lot of chain strategies already going on in just normal pucks. Here, 3 chains, 2 chains, you know, like you do all of this trash here with chains. All of this here. So I don't, TGP, I don't know. It's going to be interesting for sure to see how they do it though in TGP. I'm very interested to see how that turns out. Hey, Witch Director, yeah, we did kill Sarkar. They want enhancement showing. Yeah, they're not gonna invite me because they want bloodlust. Wait, Kenix is a command? I got boot. Oh, so he did get kicked. They're playing with Stove instead. I wonder why. That, I think that's, yeah, that's just weird. I wonder. Okay, I obviously don't know, but it's so weird to kick Kenix because Kenix is, I mean, he's just a really good player, right? But then he also, I think Kenix is just really smart when it comes to figuring out efficient stuff as well, you know? Like, Kenix is definitely somebody who will look at routes and figure out efficiency and stuff, which is certainly something that you want in a TGP or MDI, right? So that's interesting. Because there's some people who play the game really well, but they, you know, they don't participate in any kind of strategy talk or they don't know what to do. They just like do what they're told. And that's fine. Like some players just have to be that way. Some players just perform. But I do think Kenix is pretty smart and knows how to figure out routes and stuff too. So it's interesting that they're replacing him. It probably, I assume it had something to do with something other than his capabilities as a player. If I would have to take a wild guess, then I assume it had something to do with something else. Like with them just not agreeing on some things. Just having disagreements or whatever, I would assume. Hey, Klotzy, thank you so much for 3 months. What's up? How are you? Oh, Toba was filling in for Tom? Huh. Well, either way, I hope it works out for all of them anyway, and they can participate. It would be a shame if Kennex cannot play if he wants to play. Can you recommend a place to find routes like the chain route you just showed us? There are some players who upload routes to... is it Vago? Where you can upload certain routes? Yeah, on Vago you can... there's people who upload certain routes. So you can definitely go check Vago for some of them. I don't know if there's any like higher end players that upload theirs at the moment, but you can definitely just like look through Vago and see if you find anything there. Yeah, they certainly would be allowed to do a 40 PS strat. I don't think they'll do that though. I don't think that makes sense. It depends, like maybe for certain dungeons. $25 Vortex Pinnacle. 24 VP, sure. Like this isn't a lot less route heavy on the lower end anyway. Oh, you mean that the routes aren't as complex? Yeah, last season there were some weird routing things, like especially in, like I remember, what was it called? Oh my god, I forgot. Ashervault. Ashervault had these weird routing things where people didn't know what to do and skipping stuff and whatnot. Yeah, I guess there isn't really any super big skips. The only thing I would say has some weird skips is Breckenhide. In Breckenhide, I feel like it's a little bit awkward if you don't skip anything, and it's kind of hard to skip stuff as well because a lot of the maps have self-detection and they patrol around. So I've had many times where we tried to skip but it doesn't work, and then we ninja pull something and ugh. But yeah, other than that, I don't think there's any like super weird skips going on or weird routes. Warlock or Druid? I mean, Druid is better than Warlock for sure at the moment for Heim Plus. Even though people disagree with that. For some reason. But I do certainly think that Moonkin is generally just better than Warlock for high keys. Yeah, I made a TikTok where I said that Moonkin is better than Warlock in M+, and everyone disagreed with me for some reason. I was like, she's stupid, Warlock's so much better. It's like, okay then. If you think so. TikTok seems straight. TikTok definitely doesn't like me very much. That's fine though. I mean, TikTok is also just like a weird format where you... Maybe I wouldn't like me if I only knew myself from TikTok, you know? If I didn't know myself and I would only watch my TikToks, maybe I wouldn't like myself. Like... I think I think my humor is also something that some people... It's not being conveyed as well. Because I have a very... Like, I'm very sarcastic a lot. And sarcasm is something that doesn't get conveyed very well in, like, super short clips. If you don't know a person and they say something in like a matter of fact, and you don't know who they are, then you might as well think they're serious, right? Thank you so much for raid, Tomcat. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Welcome to all the lovely Tomcat viewers. I hope you had a good time. Make sure y'all give Tomcat a follow. Dirty. Yeah, that was Frank. Frank is editing my TikTok. So Frank was going a little bit all in. Do you think Moonkin is better than Evoker in high keys? Not necessarily. I think the difference between Moonkin and Evoker is just depends on like what you need. Because Evoker brings Bloodlust and Moonkin brings Mark of the Wild, and they're both very good or important buffs. Or utilities, I guess. So in my opinion, if you have a healer that has Bloodlust, or another damage dealer, then bringing a Moonkin makes a lot of sense. Moonkin also has... Moonkin also has different utility to Evoker, right? Like, Moonkin has a single Soothe, while Evoker has an AoE Soothe on a longer cooldown. Druid has, like, Vortex Typhoon, but Evoker also has Nox and stuff like that, so there's just different kinds of utilities. Moonkin has Solar Beam, while Evoker has a shorter cooldown under Interrupt. It all depends a little bit on what you need, I think. Damage-wise, they're probably pretty similar, I think. Evoker and Moonkin. Like, overall damage output, I think they're pretty similar, honestly. Of course, Evoker's strength is burst damage, while Moonkin's strength is sustained AoE damage. I think Shadow Priest is better than both Evoker and Moonkin. I think Shadow Priest is something you just want the Shadow Priest. Like, Shadow Priest is so good. Because they do a lot of damage, plus they have PI. And Mass Spell is so good for a lot of dungeons and a lot of affixes. And Mind Soothe allows you to do a lot of skips that you wouldn't be able to do otherwise. They have a lot of off healing as well, of course. I could change my embellishments now, actually. Maybe I should do that. Yeah, I should do that. So I have, oh, that would mean that I don't have the food buff embellishment, though. Because I have to unequip the boots. And I would have to change the embellishment on my legs and on my ring, but then I only have 2 crafted items equipped. Which means I don't have the food embellishment, which really sucks for him, plus, honestly. Just guy just smacked me. Out of nowhere. Very rude. Oh, I'm playing Weaver again. Oh, I'm an idiot. I wanted to play Rattle. Actually, Weaver's probably... I mean, Weaver's probably pretty fine in this dungeon anyway. Fuck, now that I'm playing Weaver in some high keys, it actually does feel really good. In lower keys, I didn't like it at all. And by lower keys, I mean in like 21s, 22s, I did not like Weaver at all. But now in like 24s, it feels kind of good. I don't know. Fuck, I don't know. Such a hard time deciding between those two talents. I just don't know, man. Oh, I didn't use my fragment earlier. What the hell?
More mastery. Sacrifice.
Yeah, let's go.
Filthy beasts! Your presence in Skywall will not be tolerated.
Ooh, nice PI. On my ink card, I like it. Oh. Oof. When he has to look at this guy. I probably don't have to rest. What's is dead on my screen? Oh, oops. She only does hardcore classic off stream. Exactly. See, in this pull, it feels bad again to have Weaver because, I mean, it's not bad necessarily, but I want to cast fillers to get my smolder procs on them. And I'm just busy casting my Weaver procs instead. Alright, I have big coolants for this guy. But I don't have bark skin.
More mastery.
Hope I'm not dead. Oh. God, it hurts. Ay. Ah. Well, that was something. Ooh, these assassins hurts quite a lot too, it looks like. Ooh, I can already see somebody getting assassinated here. It might be me.
Sacrifice.
Okay, looking okay, I'm just gonna burn. Nice. Alright, we're fine, we're fine. Ow. How's my twin moons not jump there? Hmm. think I'll just use cooldowns here. God, Stormy's annoying. This copy pasta is so good. Alright, let's see how much damage this boss does. It's a 45, so I mean, it should be fine. Technically.
Warrior mastery.
Why does my trinket not align? Oh, wait, am I getting like CDR from the Holy Paladin? Is that what's going on? That must be it, right? Because my 3-minute trinket has been disaligning with my cooldowns, which is like, oh? Did they play that in Plus though? I thought they might only play that in Raid. Oh shit. Not bad. Hey Johnny, thanks for 68 months. What's up? My TikTok algorithm has worked out. Has worked out. It liked me watching videos of either you dying or shit talking. They were right. I got you, Johnny. I got you. Yeah. I made some people upset, to say the least. Some people are not happy. What's new? Oh my god. Nice interrupts. Are they ever? That might be true. Are people ever happy? Oh wow. Hello, Teddles. Thanks for 67 months. What's up?
Zephyr.
Hello, hello.
Zephyr.
Good morning. Good morning.
Zephyr.
Questionable timeline here. Eh. But I'm not judging. Don't worry. Just a little bit. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, oh it's awesome. Nothing happened, don't worry about it. Oh, the tornado. Have you were replacing Kennex on Team Andy-Brew? Oh yeah. You know it. My Shadow Priest is
Warrior Mastery.
my Shadow Priest is great. Oh my god, I don't like this. How are you supposed to do damage to this? It's a moonkin. Ugh. But your starfall is so big, just kill them. Yeah, Kennex is playing Shadow Priest. Oh yeah, mind control. Let's not forget about mind control. Earlier when I said how broken Shadow Priest is, mind control also super broken actually. Control mind. That one's so good for some pulls. I mean, obviously you could also just hard to see it instead. But hard seeing something is a lot harder. Because then you have to pull the rest of the mobs away and stuff like that, you know? Well, with control mind, you just take it and it's gone. And it can even help you out sometimes, you know? Can even do good things for you. Oh, PM. Oh, wow. There's a lot of tornadoes. Can we not get this mind control back? Fuck me. Thinking? Can I knock this guy out or something? I don't fucking know. Ah! Help! Oh my god. Wait, we're fine, don't worry about it. Bursting?
Warrior mastery.
Alright, great. Nothing happened. What are we doing with this guy? Okay, that's not where I wanted to knock this guy. Are we killing this dude?
Zephyr.
Ugh. We need vortex these guys actually, because they're kind of sacked at the start. I should try that. Alright, let's see if we can kill this boss. We do have time, but can we do it?
You tread upon the sacrifice? Mortals have no place amongst the clouds!
The trinket is not ready yet.
Alakir! Your servant calls for aid!
Very nice. Don't have much damage for the next one. Oh,
Warrior
that's one
mastery.
really close. Convenient. The tornado helped me to not get electrocuted. Thank you very much. Did I just save this pulsar? Just to be sure. I'll save it. Don't want to end up wiping. Ah.
Alakir! Your servant calls for aid!
Good job, good job. +3, yay! Yeah, we can jump off with control mind, yeah. The adept kept resisting MC? Oh, because it was in the thing, right? In the zone? Oh, and it goes on CD. Ah, I see now. I see, I see. Hey, Aviros, what's up? What do we have? Some Brackenites and some Null Flares. Yeah, I guess we can do Brackenites. How is Enhancement Shaman? Enhancement Shaman should be pretty good at killing a totem, right? But is it gonna make up for Moonkin and Shadow Priest? Is it gonna make up for that? I hope so. Otherwise, we just have to survive the explosion on the second totem. Just survive it. How many beacons do you have? Probably none. Good morning, Solo. What's up? Yeah, I also want a beacon for a Brackenite. That'd be nice. Wait. I don't play Weaver here. Fuck that. Or should I? Maybe I just try Weaver a little bit. Just for fun. Why the hell not? As to Horn healers, they're still upset. Can I pull these guys? Alright. I'm currently running Class Trinket and Fragment. Those are the only two trinkets I have. Are we going to annoy tanks today for a change? Well, interestingly enough, I already made fun of tanks once. Well, I wasn't making fun of them, but I made a joke about tanks once. And we put it on TikTok, and people weren't as upset about it. People were kind of like, lol, true. You know the whole bit where I said that tanks are just miserable, and they need to be miserable because they like it? Tanks weren't that upset about it, honestly. Johnny. Because it's true, yeah. I mean, yeah, Rutha, thank you so much for the 30 months. Welcome back. Alright, do we need a healer man? We don't even need a lizard. We already have bloodlust. We can invite whatever we want. Holy Paladin would be great though. TikTok is bait. A little bit bait, a little bit. Some people were so upset about the TikTok. Wait, I read this earlier. I grinned a little bit. Somebody was so upset about the TikTok. They said, wait, I'll find it. My blood pressure going 0 to 100 real quick. Block, bye. This person was so upset they literally blocked me. Are you hurt by him blocking me? I'm a bit sad, yeah. I'm gonna miss. What's his name? Little Duck. I'm gonna miss Little Duck. Feels bad. It wasn't even user 90234. Yeah. Oh, little ducky. Man, should I play Weaver? I don't know. It seemed let's not do it. I'm a Star Weaver main. Weaver's probably worse for totems. Probably. You can save. What you can do though is you can save a Starfall proc before the totem spawns. Then you cast your Starfall before the totem spawns. So then you have a Starfall already up. And you might even get a Star Surge proc from the Starfall that you used before the totem spawned. And then you have 3 Star Surges with a Starfall already up. You know, maybe, I don't know. Also, you get Pulsar procs more often. So maybe your Pulsar lines up a little bit better. I think you can already get a Pulsar proc for every totem spawn anyway, but sometimes it's a bit close. Like, if you have to go bear form and because the totem goes off and you have to frenzy or whatever, then you might not get a Pulsar proc for the next totem spawn, but with Reaver, you might still somehow get it if you're lucky, I guess. Yeah, you can technically also Starfall and get a Surge proc for the totem, so you have 3 Star Surges anyway. That also works. I think having a free Starfall is good enough, though. Because, I mean, Starfall is doing a lot of damage to the totem as well, because it's up for the whole duration, right? I think pre-Starfalling the totem is pretty good. I also do it sometimes when I play Rattle. because it's a free global, because you can cast it before the totem spawns, and Starfall is 8 seconds, and the totem is up for 8 seconds, right? So one full Starfall on a totem is actually pretty good. And with Weaver, you might even get a proc, Star Search proc by casting it, right? So it's like, I think it's pretty good. The weirdest thing about Weaver is just that he cannot cast as many fillers on AoE pools. It's just so awkward when you constantly get procs, but you want to be casting Starfire to get your Smolder, and then you waste all of your Star Search procs, and I don't know, it's weird. Free Starfall from Weaver wouldn't do anything more than be free. A free Starfall is super good. Like, one Starfall does a lot of single target damage, yeah. Like, it's not bad at all. Because you get the full Starfall. The full 8 seconds that Starfall lasts is the same that the totem lasts. Saying that Starfall is bad is not true. It's very good. So if you have a free Starfall going into the totem, that is very good. I don't see why that would be bad. That's very good. Yeah, against the totem. One Starfall against one single target does a lot of damage. I mean, it costs 50 Astral Power versus 40. So, but if Starfall would cost 40 Astral Power rather than 50, it would be incredibly close between casting Starfall or Star Search on single target, right? Like, it's not that Starfall does bad damage or anything on single target. That's why you cast Starfall already on 2 targets, right? Starfall is not bad for single target damage. And especially if it's for free. And it's not just for free, but it's also a free G City because you can pre-cast it, right? That is the most important thing. Because you can cast a Starfall before the totem spawns, which means that it costs you absolutely nothing. It didn't cost you time, and it didn't cost you resources if you have a Weaver proc, which is just free damage. Completely free damage. So in my opinion, that is very good. That is more damage than the extra Rattle Star Search damage that you gain from just having Rattle, for sure. Johnny. Free damage on the boss? No, I mean, the Starfall hits the totem, Stebla. What do you mean? Starfall is hitting the totem. Why would it not hit the totem? I'm talking about totem damage. I'm not talking about boss damage. Well, let's get a good recalibrator. Wouldn't mind a female and that. Hmm. Let's go with a night elf. Are we still cooking on the route? Yeah, I don't know. Like, to me, logically thinking, I think that Retzel might, or Weaver might actually even just be better than Retzel. Another thing with Retzel that I noticed a lot with the totems is that you're pulling astral power, right? Obviously. Like, you're pulling astral power for the totem. So you kind of drop your Retzel unless you have a lot of astral power gained through Fear of a Loon or something, right? Because since you're pooling astral power, you cannot keep up your Rattle buff. So, and if your Rattle falls off before the totem spawns, then Rattle kind of does nothing for the Star Surges that you're casting onto the totem, right? It doesn't do nothing, but you don't get the full effect of it, right? Because then the first Star Surge you cast is not buffed by Rattle at all. The second Star Surge you cast is buffed by 1 stack of Rattle, and then you can do 1 more Star Surge that is buffed by 2 Rattles, right? So you do get a diminished effect on the totem if you're pooling, and like the only time you can extend your Rattle is when your Incarn is rolling or something and you get a lot of Astral Power. Then you can probably Star Search the boss before the totem spawns, and you still get enough Astral Power anyway, and then you can just keep up your Rattle for the totem. But if you don't have Pulsar proc, or you don't have Fear of a Loon or whatever, then if you want to pool Astral Power properly for the totem, you end up just dropping your Rattle buff before it spawns, and then it's kind of useless. Which is another thing, I guess, that I noticed. No, the further Starfall procs don't give you anything, no. Like, if you cast Star Surge onto the totem with Weaver and you proc a Starfall while you do that, then you just don't cast the Starfall, right? Like, the way you would play the totem boss with Weaver is you cast on the boss normally, you Star Surge the boss, you get a Starfall proc, you save the Starfall proc, you don't use it on a boss, then you pull Astral Power, so you have 100 Astral Power, you have a Starfall proc, the totem spawns, before the totem spawns you press Starfall, totem spawns, you put Moonfire or Sunfire, and then you Star Search. You might even have gotten a free Star Search proc from the Starfall that you casted as well, right? So you might potentially have 3 Star Search that you can cast through like a Weaver proc and 2 normal ones. And if you get a Starfall proc while the totem is up, you obviously just don't cast it. Like, the Starfall proc does not help you while the totem is there. It only helps you to cast like a free Starfall before it spawns, which is 1 free Starfall, which is definitely valuable. In the end, no matter what a Moonkin does, you're never gonna do as much as like a melee, right? So it's
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wait, I didn't actually look at the routes. Did we post the route? Oh, we didn't. Okay. I follow Flexi. we doing this? Okay, I like it. Probably should have pulled this as well. Oh, we're not pulling this. Okay, never mind then. I should have used my incarn.
Be careful out
On the previous pull. That died way too fast for my incarn to be worth it. What? Alright, I have big cooldowns. If we do something cool.
there. May your steps be sure and
Meat thieves! Kill them! Ruin them! Destroy them!
Okay, okay, okay. Main carn. Alright, alright. Ooh, Devil Mystics. Good luck, everyone. Okay, cool, cool. So far, so good.
Here, come for us, meat thieves. We ripped you apart. What you waiting for? Bring us meat thieves. Rip them apart. Butcher and slice. Hack you to pieces. Fire! Fix our meat. No! Shall we never see it? Weak. Minded meat. Fire! Fix our meat.
Whoa. Oh my god. That was scary.
Fire! Fix our meat. Butcher and slice. No! We're back at home. Hack you to pieces.
Double fix it on me. Okay, fuck you then. Fuck you.
Deep enough. No! Shut them down! Weak.
Just kill this guy, right? Trick totem, then the totem disappears.
Oh. Oh.
Jarlin. There was always an error on that mechanic, or what's he mean? The trick totem combo? That one always had an arrow. I'm just gonna outrange this totem. Did you know, like this totem here, the Rotsinger is spawning a totem. It's called like Decay Totem. And that one, when it goes off, puts a disease on everybody that reduces your haste. And it stacks up. And usually you cannot kill it in time before it goes off because it has so much HP. And it casts pretty quickly. But as a range, you can actually just outrange it. I'm not sure on the exact range of it. It might be like 30, 35. It's pretty easily outrangeable as a ranged. And it's very convenient because even if you have somebody that can dispel disease, they won't be able to dispel everybody. And you do have the cleanse as well that you can get from having alchemy in your group. But even that can only be used once per cauldron, so outranging it is usually just a better strategy as a ranged. The tank can also drag it away, so the melee can also outrange it. So technically speaking, if you have enough space, then the tank can just drag the mobs away from the totem instead of having to focus it down. These stupid lashers. Yeah, this I didn't manage to outrange.
Wow.
I hate these oak trees. They're so annoying. Constantly spawning these lashers all over the place. This elder's hitting me. Okay, remind me afterwards, gross. Nice try, Mrs. Jackson. Thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. Thank you, thank you. So if I'm out of range of this, and then I'll come in. There you go. I'm gonna do some 2 target damage here.
Warrior mastery.
That these oak trees actually die. Oh. These bleeds also just do so much damage. Every bleed does a lot of damage, actually. Do we need even more? I was holding my cooldowns for a long time at this point. Because I thought we're doing boss. But at this point, I'm just gonna use my cooldowns, I guess. I didn't realize we're pulling so much trash here. Oh. See ya? Alright, I'm back, sorry. Remind me to look for something after this. So much trash already. How are we skipping everything? How are we gonna skip so much trash after this? Oh my god, this is not gonna go well, is it? Thanks for 2 months, Lillian. Thank you so much. Oh, my knee hurts. I'm old. I mean, we got... That's like every Breckenhide key ever. Where it looks really well, and then you get to the last boss, and it's like... Guess we don't even have damage for a totem. Okay. Okay, never mind. She figured it out. We're good, we're good. I don't have to look after all. So you gonna survive one more of these? Totem hide hollow. Yep. We're fine. Nice. Alright. Oh my god, there's so many. Someone's at the door. Oh my god, what is going on? Dude, this is like the worst tree in existence of the game. This tree is the worst. Alright. Alright, let's see if we can do the skip without having to wait half an hour. Oh my god. Perfect timing. Amazing. We have lust as well. What are we doing at this point with lust? Are we just saving it? For our last boss totem boy?
Come to me. Watch your feet.
Oh my god, so much national power, Jesus Christ.
No, I raised her from cub.
This boss is melting.
The track snaps. Run, free cubs. Gotcha is most painful way to die. Rip them apart, beast. Gotcha is most painful way to die. No, I raised her from cub. You killed the hunt leader.
Alright, some more.
Clever.
We played this, right? Yeah.
Come to me, clever meat. I'll wither your strength myself.
Okay, okay.
Everything rots away in the end. I control.
Is that a shaman in combat or something? No.
I claim everything. I will wither this world and eat its bones.
I'll just use cooldowns here. I'm playing other class once in a while. I just do not like maintaining multiple characters. I'm just not enjoying that at all. I just want to stick to one character and play and plus on that character or whatever. I absolutely hate doing chores and stuff like that on multiple characters. So I never really maintain any else. Unless I... Like, for example, I mained Dasher Warlock in a plus. Because Moonkin was just not that good. And Dasher Warlock was broken. So I played Druid in a raid and Warlock in a plus. Or I used to play Rest Druid in plus and Moonkin in a raid. Because Moonkin was bad in a plus and Rest Druid was pretty good. Alright, good luck, have fun. I don't have cooldowns on pool, but I don't think it matters.
Your corpses will spread.
I'm sure other people have cooldowns. Come on, give me a Starfall proc. There it is. Perfect.
And die.
Beautiful.
Power obeys me.
Okay. Now I have Incarn.
And wither.
For the next, I'll delay it a little bit.
Power obeys me.
That's bad.
And die.
Now I have to kill this one.
Warrior Mastery.
We killed it.
Choke. And wither.
I'll save this pulsar frag.
And die.
Nice. I'll save the Starfall proc.
And die!
Nice.
And wither!
Let's save this proc.
Power obeys me!
Huge. Our healer soon. I will innervate in a sec. I don't have a proc for this one. Oh shit. Alright, alright.
And wither!
I'll save this Starfall proc.
And die!
Okay, well that one just died. Nice.
I will not lose more. The rats will come for you.
The only totem that was a bit sketch was the one that, like, there was one that exploded the first one instead of the second spawn. That was a bit sketch. Nice, nice. Yeah, dungeon is a little bit weird. There's so much trash in this dungeon. Alright, let's take a look. I'm sure I did a lot of totem damage, right? It's not bad, not bad. Look at that. Look at me fucking go. 4.855 million. What the hell? The Weaver is insane. And I even misplayed 2 of the totems. One of the totem, I wasted a Star Search proc on the boss before the totem spawned. And on one, I did not have a Starfall proc, so I Starfalled before to get a Star Search proc, and then didn't proc, and then it ended up being bad. Thank you. I like it, I like it. Alright, so what do we have to do? The bot is enabled. Okay, let's try to disable this. Configurations. Hmm. Alerts and widgets. Chatbot. Enable chatbot. There we go. should be gone now, technically. I think. Hey, Max. Turtle made it to the water. Again. I had to do something else? I don't remember now. I don't think so. I think we're good. I think you might need to test a couple more times because it depends on whether you have an... I mean, to me, logically thinking, it's just better. For the exact same... For the reasons that I mentioned earlier. Just because you can hold a free Starfall proc. One Starfall is better than Rattle gives you. Like, that's for sure true. And that's the whole thing, right? Like, that's it. It's not like a deeper... There isn't like any super deep thought process in this. It's just... Weaver gives you more pulsar, like higher pulsar uptime, which is generally, of course, good on this boss. So that's an upside. And you get one free Starfall for a totem, which is better than Rattle if it drops before the totem spawns, right? Like, to me, that's just makes sense. To me, that's just logical, and therefore, it is true. Now, of course, if you don't get any Starfall procs, then then it sucks. But how hard is... I mean, yeah, you just have to get a Starfall proc, basically. You're not gonna have one for every totem. I didn't have one for every totem. I mean, I guess I can see how much damage Starfall did to the totem. If I can even... Can you even check that? I'm not sure if I can check that. Okay, Starfall did 210k. It's not that much. Shooting stars. Okay, shooting stars is literally irrelevant. Starfall did 210k. It's basically a full moon. On all of the totems combined. I mean, it's not a lot. But it's also not nothing. I also didn't Starfall every totem, I guess. I Starfall like every other totem. And then one of them I just fucked up. But I guess you can't see how many Starfalls I pressed. And then, of course, I got some Star Search procs as well. My Fame missiles did 58k. Crashing Stars. I never casted Fury of a Luna. Actually, I casted one Fury of a Luna in Totem. The other one I casted on the bosses. My Thorns did a lot of damage somehow. 400k. That's not bad, that's not bad. I wonder if I should change my... I mean, if you look at Thorns, Thorns is a lot of boss damage. Why do people wanna... Why does everyone wanna go Shadow Flame, actually? Is there a clip on... Cause somebody said Gingy talked about Shadow Flame. But I think he's talked about it for raiding. Which doesn't really make sense to me. I mean, somebody said that Jinji said he would play 2 Shadow Flame for the raid, and for him plus he would play like Lariat and something. But I don't know what they're saying or why. I kind of don't want to change embellishments just because I don't want to get rid of my food embellishment. That's just so annoying. Thank you, Six. Thank you, thank you. I mean, we can't skip the Dominators. Do we have a Shadow Priest? We just might control the Pelter, right?
Hurry, friends. Every moment we linger, Darkwood kills more of our allies. My father's ancient
Well, we're not talking about Sims, Sabla, because like I know what the Sims are saying, but they specifically are saying that the Sims are wrong, or that they don't trust in the Sims, or that they have like a different logic to it, you know? Because I mean, I do know that what the Sims are saying. They specifically are saying that they don't, that they do something different, and then they must be having a logical explanation behind it, right? I'm just trying to figure out what their logic behind it is. Oh my god, stop dying. I wouldn't even play this. I think. I would just play this instead. Probably, right? Oh, we play 7 as well. That's also illegal. Hmm. Oh, we have to play one of these things, I guess. Ah, so annoying. Munkin is very good in keys, yep. I know why people play mages. I don't think mages that good. And plus, I don't know. To me, mage doesn't seem that good. I don't know why people would play it over a Munkin. Unless they need Bloodlust, of course. Shadow Priest or Destruction Warlock as alt? I would play Shadow Priest then. Gross. Isn't Elemental Shaman better than Mage? I mean, I don't know. I mean, the best range DPS in my opinion are Shadow Priest, Moonkin, Devastation Evoker, and the other range are just like eh. I mean, they're still good, of course. Like, you can still play whatever range you want. But it's just Shadow Priest is best by far. And then Devastation Evoker, Moonkin. The other ones are... You can play it, but... Like, it's not that they're, like, meta or OP or anything. You can play whatever class you want anyway, right? It's just... Some of them are, like, considered meta or OP, and others are just, like, average. Thank you, Never Knew. Thank you, thank you. Survival Hunter is pretty good. Survival is pretty good, yeah. Most melee are pretty good right now, to be honest. Personally, still think that Enhancement is super good. Rogue is really good. Fury Warrior is really good. I mean, even Arms is good. Survival can do really well. Red Paladin can do well. Never see Feral, so I don't know. Havoc is also like a bit eh. But... Yeah, Enhanced is really good. Enhanced always... Like, Enhanced lately has been just so good. Ever since Dragonflight. Because they have so much utility. Like, it's crazy. They're just full of utility. So many, like, AoE stops and single target stops, and they have Bloodlust. They do a shit ton of damage. They have Funnel. Single target prio damage. It's insane. Free tank video? What happened? What's the free tank video about? Did I miss some lore? Oh. It's just is it a video about him getting aggro? Yeah, I saw ads run to preheat a lot of the times. I definitely saw that happening.
Need to come quite far behind us.
It's just over.
Oh, fucking sorry,
Why
girl.
did he run to me and melee me, dude? I hate being the tank. Oh, I landed in Birmingham.
I'm hopping off.
Yeah, it's over.
Why is my disintegrate bar like super off?
Good. Rest quick. Just going in 3, 2,
Melee.
To be fair, the last 2 deaths, the tank literally died, yeah? Like, the tank died, and he was the first one to have aggro.
Oh, no, 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 no.
No!
Rest preheat.
Okay, are we going? I'm ready, I'm ready.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I don't think I should be pre-potting this, by the way. It's like way too long until you even see a trash mob.
Hurry, friends. Every moment we linger,
Oh.
Darkwood kills more of our allies. My father's ancient lair.
Blessing of salvation. Oh my god, true, that was a thing. Almost there, guys. You can just keep going in the meantime. Why do these lurkers always reset aggro when they jump? That's so stupid. I don't like it. Oh, I forgot to pot. Oops. Look at this lurker. Trying to kill me. Oh. Hello, Toe. Good morning. How are you doing today?
These Drogbar have been tapping into abilities they should not possess. No doubt it has something to do with the latent power still lingering within these rocks.
Navarag, betrayer. You would lead these intruders against us.
Dargrul cannot control the hammer, Ularog. He will destroy High Mountain, not conquer it.
Either way, I will enjoy every moment of it. Rockmora! Smash!
And we get another one. Is Flexi okay?
Warrior Master.
Tiny Piddle! Big Paddle!
Alright, I have coolers now. Prepare for a lot of skitters. Gonna get one more, right? Oh, no, never mind. Convenient. Did enhancement shaman broken in this boss or what? Okay, never mind. It's just add damage, not boss damage. I thought it was all boss damage. Ah. What's the frontal? We're gonna get one more. Oh, I just killed him, to be sure. Nice. Very good. If you don't hear dialogue and you just have to turn it on, it's under sound, right?
Keep their main forces occupied long enough for us to complete
Under audio,
our mission.
there's dialogue that you have to turn off separately. Maybe you have it too low, too quiet,
No,
or
I won't be
something?
doing that.
Possibly?
I will find my own path and rejoin you on the Underking uses slaves to dig at the bones of my father. He does not know the powers he meddles with.
Search everywhere. These peasants have been hiding rations from the army. If you're not fighting, you're not eating.
Ooh, did you see the typhoon? I mean, the vortex? Insane. I really want to save all my stuff here, even though we're doing kind of a small pull after this. It's not actually worth it, but whatever. Oh, it's skipping it. Ah, that could be an add-on, yeah. Good question. Which add-on is doing that? Could be DBM or Bigwigs that's actually skipping something if you've already seen. Like if you're talking about a cutscene. Right? God, pelters. Look at this guy. One-shotting us with his discs. Man, we have to play double Dominator at the end. So we don't have a Vanish or a Shadow Melt or anything. Oof. Can't wait. Oh. Oh my god. Shit, I don't have cooldowns for 50 seconds. I mean, we don't have to bloodlust here at all because we only get 2 more bloodlusts. So we have like 8 minutes to use bloodlust, basically.
High Mountain itself rises against you.
Why they're so far apart? The hell?
Go ahead and run.
It changes nothing. Oof. The tank damage on this guy. Jesus.
High Mountain itself rises against you.
Oh shit, he's spawning totems.
You will never wield the power of Kazgarad.
I hope we know where it goes. I feel like I already missed it. Is it this one? I think it's this one. Oh my god, everyone's hitting something different. I'm AoEing. Fuck it, I'm killing everything. I knew it's this one, right? I thought it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. I knew it. Shit, I should have been confident. I kind of knew it's this one, but then everyone ran to something else, so I didn't trust myself. Oh.
High Mountain itself rises against you. High Mountain itself rises against you.
Should be getting another face. Oh well.
High Mountain will be your tomb.
So removing your interface here actually helps a lot to see where it goes, because sometimes your interface is covering like the mobs. You remove your interface by pressing Alt plus Z or Y, depending on what your keyboard is. You can also change the keybind to something that you can press. But that actually helps a lot here. Yeah, we have to blast the boss here to make sure we don't get another
High
face.
Mountain itself rises against you.
Very nice. Thanks for gifting us up to rest account, Johnny. Thank you very much. There's your plater. Johnny looking out for other people's interface. Making sure everyone gets their plater settings. Very honorable. I forgot to go poison the spell. Oh my god, I just now realized.
Mother of worms.
Shit. I mean, we have poison cleansing totem, hopefully.
Our passage to Darkroom will be
I hope we do.
She comes. Noraxis will
Oh,
feast
no.
on your bones. Yes.
Nice, we have to last soon, so we have a last again, last boss.
Poison cleansing.
Oh, we have poison cleansing. Thank the Lord. Wow. Here, if you're a tank, you can stand behind these X here for the spike tongue, by the way. You can also stand behind these X. There's a bunch of positions where, as a tank, you just get pushed against the wall, or against the X, rather. Oh, I'm so scared. Oh, man, I wish I would have picked up Poison Dispel. See, he's just standing behind these X here.
Poison cleansing.
Nice. Hey, Bethia. Good hunter streamers. That's Asarthorian? Oh my god, I keep saying his name wrong. Does he stream? I think he streams sometimes, right? Yeah. You should watch him. I'm gonna save my Incarn for the Scorpion. We're gonna need it. Yeah, somebody posts his stream, or his name. His Twitch name. We have everything for first.
I am sorry, heroes. I must leave you now. Yet know this. I have
Maybe
witnessed
somebody
your
should
deeds
save
of
for a
pride,
second?
And I am sure you will not fail High Mountain in this final hour.
I think we should still MC, yeah. This guy just fucks. Look at this Dominator. Look at him.
Rip them apart!
Look at this guy just killing us. Without a care in the world! Oh my...
Rip them apart!
I don't think we can play the second. I think we have to... I don't know... Wait a little bit? I think we have to wait a little bit. For like some cooldowns to come back up. Or? I don't think we can play the second Dominator. Oh, thank god this guy just missed. Okay, our paladin still has everything, so then we're good, I guess. I don't have cooldowns, but I have a pulsar proc, I guess. I'm gonna pot for this guy. Ooh.
Rip them apart!
Ah. I'm so scared, I'm so scared.
Rip them apart!
Oof. Oh, we almost got it, we almost got it. Ooh. Oh my god. We're doing great, we're doing great. Keep it up. Alright, amazing, amazing. Now we have to see if we can kill the last boss. Should not focus first one, right? First one just pass a cliff. 25, we'll see.
Yes! Try to take the hammer from me! The mountain will gnaw on your bone!
Yeah, just cleave this guy. Don't have to focus it. So we can just spawn the second one on top.
The mountain will gnaw on your bones!
Should we kite it in? Okay, it's that. I think we didn't focus the boss enough there. I think the boss should be a bit lower.
The might of Kaskarov flows through me!
Okay, now the boss is gonna hurt.
Gnaw on your bones! I am the shaper and forger of this world! The mountain will gnaw on your bones!
This should be fine, right? Yeah, this is gonna die, it's gonna die, it's gonna die. We're fine. Okay, the next one we have to kill in one. Just cause... So the next ad we have to burst in one, because it's possible that we only get 2 crystals, right? For the magma wave.
2, 1.
So we have to just full focus it.
More mastery.
The mountain will gnaw on your bones!
Oh, we have lust as well. That's really good. Okay, just fully focus it at once it's inside. And we also can't spawn the next crystal on top of this crystal, though. Okay, I did it. We have to finish this guy. Kill it. Nice. Okay, that's sick. Gamers. He might do Magna Wave? Oh no, he doesn't. Okay, so we actually got lucky.
1.
But he's casting the Magma Wave first. The crystal first. But it's possible that he doesn't do that other way around. Nice. Big gamers.
It seeks a wielder who possesses true
13
strength,
points,
and you
amazing.
were found lacking.
It's done, heroes. With Darkrul dead and the hammer reclaimed,
I can change my key, because I still have at 25 in health.
now begins the long task of reuniting
Oh,
our
Ferris.
tribes. But balance has returned to High Mountain.
The power of the Mad King Dargrol is broken, and High Mountain has you to thank, heroes. Now, there are other family matters that require my attention. Farewell. I hope when next we meet, it is under more peaceful circumstances.
Jeez, let's go 26. Yeah. The timer is actually really easy to understand, and we still have 1 minute left. And we didn't play the dungeon like super efficiently. Like we didn't skip a Dominator pack. We played 1 Dominator solo, then played a Pelter solo, Dominator solo, Pelter solo. Like you can be a lot faster in this dungeon, technically speaking. Dun, dun. Alright, bear back 1 second, guys. I'm sweating, it's so hot. And then we're gonna play some more keys with these people, I think. Since the Neltharian's lair worked so well. I believe. Yeah, just make Neltharian's lair harder. Alright, be right back, guys. All right. What are we doing? We timed to 25, yep. I had to put on different pants because I was dying in those jeans. Sweaty gamer, oh yeah. Nah, the warm but's not that hard. I even forgot to pick poison, remove corruption, and it was fine. Thank you so much for 28 months. John, thank you very much. Redson 909, thank you. I don't mind where we go. You can do Alderman. Um, can't believe this playlist never updates. It's the same songs all the time. Come on. Come on, Spotify playlists.
To reclaim our legacy,
Need some new songs.
we aspects must restore the powers we relinquished to defeat Deathwing. Within the depths of Uldaman lies a vault that holds a disc of Keeper Tyr's memories. Find that disc and bring it back to me. It may contain the knowledge we need to regain.
Oh, it's
our
the song that sounds like Despacito. The officer actually stands literally behind me. Can you imagine being the one saying, can we like not turn it on? It's kind of uncomfy. Oh, yeah, but I can imagine that being very uncomfortable though. But then everyone else probably wants it to be turned all the way up. AC worse in the office, yeah. This berserker does so much damage. Johnny. Why do you know this? What happened? You want to talk about it? I think today we might talk about... Remind me. I want to talk about must-have add-ons and weakauras and stuff for M+ and rating. I think we might do a little bit of a talk about that. A little bit later, though. Now we're busy timing keys, apparently. My mic is catching very aggressive noises from my fan, maybe? Or what do you mean? It might be when I'm dropping things on the desk. Or do you mean literally like me? My voice? It's her accent. I need to get a different mic. That looks like a pull. Wait, are we doing dwarfs first? Oh no, we don't. We should probably just do dwarfs first, right? Because we last first pull anyway, right? Or are we lasting Bromac? Alright, so we go dwarfs first, right? Like the pull in Nook Spirit Zone last season? Oh yeah. I mean, dude, Nook Defensive was actually kind of fun because you had so many like big pulls. But then the dungeon was just way too long. That was very cursed. Should I stab with the CDs up on the big pull in the spirit zone anyway? Good point. That did happen a few times. Hmm. I mean, technically, what you want to do, right, is this. Wait, so you pull this. And then you pull this. And then you pull this, right? This is what you do. That's technically what you do. That's the pull. I mean, we don't have to pull the basilisk. We can also just skip them. I'm not sure if there's something else you can skip later instead of the basilisks. Not really. I mean, you can just leave them. Yeah, we can just leave the basilisks. The problem is, like, how do we walk past them, though? Without pulling group 6? You cannot mind soothe them. Yeah, you can't skip them, right? I mean, what is it you skip usually here? Group 18? I don't know, I don't know. I don't think you can skip this golem because it's an elemental, so it can't be mind soothed, right? Hmm. Oh, you can skip to use basilisks? Well, then we just do that, right? You can mind soothe the berserker pack. You just walk past there, I guess. I mean, yeah, okay, if you can skip them, we just skip those. Yeah, that works. Yeah, let's do that then. And for safety, we can just mind with this Berserker pack here. Yeah, let's do that. Oh no, I got a Tauren.
The time for practice is over. Show me what you've learned.
Yeah, this works. Sounds like a plan. Yeah, this dungeon... I think this dungeon's pretty difficult on Fortified. There's just so much shit, like the Weavers are really annoying. Like even the Rock Thors, the tank takes a shit ton of damage from all of these mobs. Like the Custodians are just absolutely blasting the tank. Then you have the Golems doing a shit ton of damage. The Geomancers. Yeah, these drafty Custodians, I think we just have to kite it out somehow. We don't necessarily have a super reliable slow, though, I guess. We have a Vortex. Yeah, I can get this Custodian. Why does every Irish/Scottish singer sound normal when singing, then turn into an absolute when talking? That is a good point, actually. Very good point. Why can't they just talk the way they're singing? I mean, I think we just pull them into the boss really late. Like, you don't have to pull them onto the boss when they're 80%, right? You just pull them on boss when they're like 50. And then they should die really fast once they have the enrage. They also do a lot more damage, of course, but... See you later, Jack. Yeah, it's only 24 AM. Any more infos on the Sheesh drama? Did you win versus the healers? I think right now no one's winning. Yeah, I'm still not sure about the whole evoker thing. What do the other teams think about the evoker? Are they actually playing Evoker as well? Not sure about it. Evoker's backup? Backup for what? For a mage?
5, 4, 3, 2.
Oh yeah, true. He's also
1.
learning how to play Moonkin. True, right? Yeah, it's true, true, true. He's Moon. Yeah, okay, yeah, true.
To reclaim our legacy, we aspects must restore the powers we relinquished to defeat Deathwing. Within the depths of Uldaman lies a
I'm gonna
vault
beam this.
that holds a disc of Keeper Tyr's memories. Find
Chain
that
lightning?
disc and bring it back to me. It may contain the knowledge we need to regain.
That was a
our
very good bop.
strength.
I loved that one.
You should have stayed home.
Flexi survives. It's a lot of stone bolts. Nice. Maybe I shouldn't have used Incarnate after all. We pulled it, whatever, let's just play it. We can just do dwarfs first and... So we don't have lust for Bromek anyway, so it kind of doesn't matter. But then we have cooldowns back up for Bromek so we can pull the double berserkers up to the boss, right? So we do dwarfs without berserkers. And then once we have tank cooldowns back, we just pull the other two onto Bromek, maybe? I mean, if we could somehow... Like, another strategy would be that we somehow kill the Basilisks and the Geomancers and leave the Berserker a little bit higher HP, yeah? So we can still drag the Berserker onto... But I don't think that's gonna happen. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Nice sphere. Whoa. Maybe I should have soothed the guy, honestly.
I have a quiver full of swords, and I know how to throw them. They call me the Stormwalker. I'm gotcha.
Hey, Star Classic, thank you so much for the 7 months. What's up?
Hop in and let 'em have it. Did somebody order a skull kraken? I gotcha. Oh, the party's starting. Here we go. Did somebody order a skull kraken? Show me what you've got. I gotcha. Time to move in. You know, I think that tussle actually helped clear my head.
Yeah.
Much
Can't believe someone asked me about Moonkin. Not like he literally played with Kennex. Could just ask him. Oof. That's a lot of damage. Why are these dwarves still taking damage from my dots? Just finish up this Geomancer. Oh, we already had one go off. Ah, whatever. I'll soothe this guy. Fuck it.
Romark, the chief here. Gonna smash you. Stonebolt Trogs, attack! Puny ones won't stop Romark. Trogs, fight for your chief. Stand and fight. Now you see a chieftain's power.
Warrior Master.
Stonebolt Trogs, attack! Puny ones won't stop Romark! Stonebolt Trogs, attack!
Oh. Jesus Christ. That's some damage if I've ever seen one.
That frog has been a real pest.
We know how to open the door, but that ugly rockhead always kept us out.
Want to see something nifty? What's this? That did it. Now let's see what we can find inside. Stand up, fight.
Here's marvelous mustache. Another locked door.
Leave this to me. Shield charge! Oh, my head. At least this lunkhead got the door open.
Halt! The unworthy will not enter this hallowed place.
Probably should have... Actually, nah. I think it's good that I used my incarn here for this. This is a little bit sketchy anyway. Ooh, we have a bunch of dwarfs for this boss, actually. That's so nice. I think I should have priest a dwarf as well, right? So we have 2 dwarfs for this. Very nice. I don't have dwarf. Oh wow.
Sacrifice.
Let the unworthy must regain strength. Stop where you are.
Stand and fight.
Let the unworthy be must regain strength. Stop where you are.
Oof.
Such weak flesh. I will purge you from existence. Must regain strength. Halt! You will go no further. Must regain
Good stun.
strength. Stop where you are. These memories are not for you.
Some kind of library. Hey, what now? All I see are books.
Maybe we can find a few treasure maps. We'll have a look while you go on ahead.
I'll knock this guy over. Can get 1 interrupt in this weaver. Nice. I can still be in them in a second. Ignore this. This weaver's annoying me. Bursting. Nice. That was a good extension on bursting. Oh.
More mastery.
Oh, you can't line of sight the earthquake. Interesting. Didn't know that. What to do with my cooldowns here? I think I save? This trash is not really doing anything anyway, right? Yeah, I think I save. Hey, Lissy, thank you so much for a rate. Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody out. Hope you had a nice stream. Thank you very much. Welcome to all the lovely Lissy viewers. We're playing some in Plus. What did you guys do today?
Protocol. Defend.
Shit, we don't have a rest.
Enemy.
1 minute. Maybe? We have a lot of off healing.
Enemy marked. Enemy marked. Incinerating undesirable elements.
I have a health pot in 5 seconds. Just a little bit longer, guys. A little bit longer. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. That's fuck. Oh! Shit, Ankh?
Target acquired.
I guess we don't have Ankh. Shit. Oh my god, that was so close actually.
Target acquired.
I think Sir Priest probably doesn't have mana for a master spell. Fuck. Probably
Enemy marked.
More mastery.
Protocol. Purge. Target acquired. Enemy marked. Target acquired. Enemy marked.
Have to kill this boss.
System
Nice.
shut down.
Oh, that was pretty good. Lost a lot of time though, I guess.
Get all this stuff.
The heroes. You can keep searching for
11 minutes. I don't know. I think we can maybe do it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Has to last super quick.
On this room. Safe travels all.
Thanks for 14 months, Lucy. Thank you so much. Aw, thank you so much. Aw, thank you, Lucy.
More mastery.
Oh shit. Oh, I'm done. Oh my god. My heart. The beam? Oh, okay. Alright, I have huge damage for this. Huge damage. We don't have a rest. Can walk though. Yeah, I think we tanked him a little bit weirdly there. For melee players, as a ranged it was fine. Seven minutes.
What have we here? Alexstrasza's lapdogs, I suspect. I fear
I'm just
I
gonna
will have
tank
to
this here.
deny your queen her prize. The disc you seek will be mine.
No? Can mass spell bursting and if it's ready, I don't know. It is. Oof, okay. Alright, let's see if we can do a skip.
This disc may hold the secret to the aspects regaining their power, and we cannot allow that to happen.
Oh, they pulled something.
Now
Oh,
the
wait.
disc is lost
Oh,
to
we needed
time,
this.
just as
Oh.
you are about to be.
Then we can't time it, I guess. Oh. If someone dies, I can rest on this side. Someone dies close here, I can rest on this side. So we can't kill this. I mean, we don't have time now anyway, but I mean, this would have just... Yeah, we just needed to not pull that time river, right?
In all timelines, you failed to stop me.
Yeah, we missed something. What did we miss?
The sands will scour you from
Because we were
this
not supposed to
timeline.
pull this time river, right?
Lost in the sands. You cannot even comprehend the infinite possibilities. The sands will scour you from this timeline. Lost in the sands.
I'll check afterwards. I don't know. I feel like we did not miss anything.
You will be lost in time. The time ways answer to me. Lost in the sands.
More mastery.
The sands will scour you from this timeline. You will be lost in time. Can you feel your fate closing in? Lost in the sands. A predictable
Ah, shit.
You will be lost in time. You will be lost in time. Can you feel your fate closing in? Lost in the sands. Lost in the sands.
At least we know that we can 3-man this boss. If we want to.
Lost in the sands. Can you feel your fate
You can shapeshift the dot off, yeah.
Minds are converging.
It is
There will be
slow,
only
yeah.
one aspect, and Murison shall be infinite.
Alright, I mean, close enough. Yeah, I don't think we had time to do the boss and the time reaver, right? Because we were at like 4 minutes. Like 4 minutes 20 we had when somebody pulled the time reaver. I don't think that would have been enough. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Time reavers have so much HP. Yeah, this dungeon does so much tank damage, it's very annoying. Okay, so what the hell did we miss? What is it we didn't pull? Is the count just wrong on MDT? Or what? Oh, we missed G18. Oh, because we pulled G19 into the pool. Yeah. That's what happened. Yeah, we pulled G19 instead of G18. Thanks for 6 months, Tiki. What's up? Hello, streamer. Maybe for next TikTok tip, can we how to time key? I'm gonna have to watch someone else's TikTok to figure out how to time keys. Insanely important screenshot. I will check it out, of course. Apparently I went full Italian mode on the Sarkareth kill. This is what it looked like on the Sarkareth kill. Perfect. And people think I'm not a real Italian. Oh. Dios mío. Perfect. Alright. Man, today it feels like it's Friday. I don't know why. Probably because we're not raiding today. Because I'm free from Sarkareth prison. Now I don't know what to do with myself all week. Now it's like Friday every day. Frog. Alright, we need a 24 Halls, 24 Alderman, 24 Nelf. And everything else in 25. That's the plan. I always pug my plastic keys, unfortunately. I wish I had a team. But apparently people hate the fact that I play during the afternoons on weekdays and I don't play during the weekends. Weird how that works. Cannot believe it. People that play in the weekend. Ugh. What, do they have like jobs or whatever and play World of Warcraft as in their free time? The fuck? I don't understand what's wrong with these people. And thank you so much for 69 months. Jens, nice. Dankeschön. Thank you, thank you. Alright, this is not looking too good. 25 freehold though. Hmm? Is this key gonna work? I don't have any information about these players. On my addon doesn't show me info. 2.7k score. Is that correct? Interesting. Make Curie for a 25 Vortex. Vortex seems easy. Seems pretty easy to me. It's only 2.8 and we time at 25 now. Good point. It's always better to start casting Starfire to go into the next solar eclipse. It's always better to cast a Starfire. Unless, of course, your Starfire ends up still being in a solar eclipse. Then that will be bad. I don't like this song. Same. I don't have trinkets in my belt either. Aww. What a nice healer this is. Look at that. Look at that text. Oh. I'm queuing up. I don't know what that area is, Lucky. I've never heard of it. Is that like a town somewhere in Italy, or? It's in Piedmont. Oh my god, how would I know anything about that? You know how far it is away from where I live? That's 14 hours from here. Wait, actually, it's only 4 hours. 5 hours. 13 hours by train, though. What? If I want to go there by train, it's 14 hours. If I drive with my car, it's 5 hours. Can't believe I would have to go 13 hours by train. It was crazy. It's 450 kilometers. But yeah, I've never been there, so I can't tell you anything about it. I don't know why the train's taking so long, honestly. I don't know. Apparently I have to change stations a lot? I don't know. I have to change stations. Wait. Alright, so I have to drive to Bronneck with the bus. Then I have to take a train to Francisvesta. Then I have to take a train from there to Verona. Then I have to take a train from there to Milan. Then I have to go to Novara. And from Novara I have to go to Casado. Ah, and in Milan I have to wait 8 hours for the next train. Cause I arrive in Milan at 10 p.m. and the next train starts at 6 a.m. in the morning. Can you take a helicopter? Good point. Good point. I will think about it. I don't want to take my helicopter for just like any trip, you know? That'd be boring. I only take it for special trips. It's 4 days if I walk. I can walk there in 4 days. Of course, without break. Sounds good to me. I also have to climb up some mountains, apparently, to get there. We're climbing over some mountains. Yeah, Italian trains are something for sure. They are for sure something. The worst thing I always hated, I think it's a little bit better now. But the thing that I always hated the most about Italian trains in the past is that there was no like digital like there's no screen that said which train is about to come and like when it's gonna arrive and when it's leaving. Like there was just no display. The only way for you to figure out when the next train is gonna come is by going into the train station, and there's this like yellow, like big white like paper on the wall that has all of like the arrivals and like things of the trains. So you somehow had to look through this like huge list to see when the train is gonna arrive. And then there was every single train station in Italy has a what feels like 100-year-old speaker system where no one understands a word what they're saying. Never. Like it's always like, hello. It's like, I'm sorry, what? And then they're saying a train is arriving on blah 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 2 and it's going to Verona, but you don't hear a single word they're saying ever. Not one word. And it's like, how the fuck is anyone understanding any of this? And then the train arrives, but you still don't know, like if you didn't hear what they said through the speaker, which you most of the time don't understand it, then the train arrives, and even the trains did not say where they're going except at the very front of the train. Like at the very, very front of the train, there used to be like this like tiny piece of paper that said like Verona or whatever. But because the train arrives super quickly, you can't read what it says at the front. And then once the train is in the station, you obviously can't run all the way to the front to see what it says in the front. And on the side, it never said where it goes. So there's a train that stands there, but it doesn't, you don't know where it goes. So it's like, to go into the train, like, is it gonna bring me to the correct location, or am I going the opposite direction? I don't fucking know. So you just have to either ask a person that is like around, or if there's no one around, you just go in and risk it, you know? It's like, maybe it's correct, maybe it's not, who knows? It is a story from the past. It's a little bit better now. There's still some old trains that they have. Like, it also happens that if you're inside the train, like if you're already in the train, I had this issue where I didn't know where we're stopping, because some trains have really old speaker systems as well, and the train person says next stop, blah blah blah, right? But if you don't hear what they're saying, it's really hard to actually see what the stop is if it's like dark. Like if you're you know, if it's dark outside, you don't know where the hell you are because you don't see a thing. I live in the mountains, right? So there's just like nothingness. We are in like there's not like a huge city or whatever that you would see that it's the train station of the city. So whenever I always had to leave in Francisvester, which is a very, very small train station, and it's not like it's a tiny town that has no lights. So whenever we stopped at Francisvester, I never knew, like, am I there, or is like one too early or one too late? Like, what the fuck's going on? Because looking out the window didn't tell you anything, and you didn't hear the speakers. So it's just like, oh my god, like, should I leave? I don't know. Dark places with serial killers. Oh yeah. You know it. Alright, bear back 1 second. Hey, there's this weird thing, like, dude, because I live in South Tyrol, right? Which is a really small province. So we don't have, like, murders. Like, that just doesn't happen, right? No one ever gets murdered. Like, once in a blue moon or whatever. But there was this one case that happened, like, 2 years ago. Something like that. Where somebody, like a guy, murdered his parents. And he was, like, around 30 years old, I think. The guy. And he murdered his parents. And, like, threw them in the river. And he, like, kept lying. Like, it was this whole thing where he planned it all. Like, it was all planned. And it was super, like, messed up. And then afterwards, he just kept denying it. And, like, I didn't do it, blah, blah, blah. And then at some point, they arrested him. And for some fucking messed up reason, the newspapers here always printed pictures of him where he's like topless, because he apparently was like pretty good looking, and on his Facebook he would post pictures of him like topless, you know, with like abs and whatever, and the newspapers printed his picture always like this picture where he was topless, which is the creepiest thing. Like, it's a fucking, this guy killed his parents and you're gonna print a picture of him topless looking like a model or whatever. It's like, maybe you should print his mugshot instead, you know? And because this guy is like somewhat good looking, he now has like fans, which we know that's a thing. Like, we know that serial killers and like bad people and evil people have people that just love them or have fans or whatever, right? Which I never understood, right? I never understood why anyone would somehow be into like a killer or whatever. Like, that's like the weirdest fucking thing to me, yeah? And now this guy that killed his parents has like fans that like write him in prison, and they're like in love with him and have like fan pages on social media and stuff. It's like what's wrong with you? Like, maybe you want to seek professional help or something? Like, what the fuck? So messed up. I'm curious if this goes back to trades. Yeah, sorry, this was a side story. We're gonna talk about trades real quick again. Ah. Yeah, I'm gonna be right back 1 second while you guys can think about um that story. Be right back. She purposely will AFK longer for suspense. You got me. Be right back. All right. Can't believe the shaman didn't invite me. Gonna queue up for this, but I'm pretty sure they want bloodlust. Eliano God. Nice, let's go. We have to re-clear Mythic with 19 people? Oh no. That sounds horrible.
As a good friend and the loyal supporter,
Couldn't you have done like a heroic clear instead or something?
your help at this time.
Shit, that sucks. Baiting? What's baiting? Oh, because of the paladin? I mean, this person is offline. I don't know, I don't know. Priest thinks we're not timing the key because Paladin's highest in elf is like a 20. Oh, wounds is tanking, nice.
Heretics, you will suffer.
I think this dungeon here is all about the healer. Like, this dungeon is just the healer keeping the group alive on the bosses and the time it's... Thank you, Varia. Thank you very much. I know, right, Pumbaa, I know. Can't believe they don't instantly invite me to everything. And let's see how this goes. Man, I swear Twitter is so annoying to read now. Because they have this new page that is called For You, right? Where you see random tweets from people that you don't follow. And I keep switching back to the following tab. So I only see people that I follow. And it keeps switching me back to the For You page. Randomly. And the following tab does not update as well as like the For You page. So it's like randomly shows you like 3-hour-old tweets instead of like new ones or whatever. It's so annoying. I don't want to look at the For You page because I know it's just some random rage bait tweets that are gonna show up. The For You page is horrible. I hate it. Yeah, it's just rage bait. It's all about like super dumb takes and like ugh. Yeah, it's especially dumb takes. Yeah, it's dumber than most social media. Really, Stella? I didn't even try that. Do people still use Facebook? I feel like the Facebook demographic is just very old, right? Like super old, like older generations. Facebook is, I mean, some of my friends still use Facebook for like certain. So one of my friends uses Facebook a lot for certain like. She basically uses it as like a forum for like very specific things. Like for example, she went to. She went on holiday somewhere, and she wanted to do like a safari or whatever. So she went to this like random Facebook group page where somebody like a private guy was offering safaris where they would fly you to like the safari in like a very tiny like plane, and then you do the safari and then you come back. And they did it all through this Facebook page, which I personally would have been honestly afraid that it would have been like a scam or that it's like a horrible experience or whatever. But it ended up being super nice. Apparently they flew with this plane that I'm sure was not even legal. Apparently, yeah, it was just like the tiniest plane ever. And then the safari was apparently really nice though, so I don't know. Apparently you find things like that on Facebook. Also, she looks at Facebook groups for like different kinds of like food stuff and gardening things. I don't know. Hey, Nico. I don't really have a good route, honestly. We can do this. Yeah. Seems good enough. That's like the same as this, right? I can't believe they just kicked wounds. I can't believe they kicked him just because he asked for a route. It's the second day of this ethics week. How is it a crime to ask if someone has a good route? These fucking people. They literally kicked him because he asked if someone has a good route. As if it's a crime to ask if someone has a good route as a tank. Oh, people are just so dumb nowadays. I'm out of here as well. This seems cursed. I'm leaving. It's fucking cursed. Like I should. What happened? Well, they invited a tank, and the tank said, does someone have a good route? And then no one said anything about a route. Then the tank made a route, posted a route, and then they kicked him. Because fucking people, I swear, people want to get carried so hard by the tank. It's so weird. Like, people expect the tank to join your group, have a perfect route without asking for anything, like, and then just like carry you through the dungeon or something. Like, he ended up making a route and posted it. It's not that he he just asked if someone has a route, which is not a crime. Asking for a route is a tank in a 24 is not normal. It is the most normal thing, actually, to ask for if someone has a route. On the second day of the week. It's Thursday. We never had these affixes before. It's the second day of this affix week that we never had before. So asking for a route is the most normal thing ever. Because, you know, maybe he didn't do Neltharis yet this week, and maybe someone else in the group did Neltharis already and has like a really good route, and then they can post it. Like, what's the problem? I don't understand. Yeah, exactly. Because maybe someone has like a super insane route that they played already this week, and it's like, I don't know, it's like so dumb. Imagine playing in a professional sports team and asking a coach what's the game plan and being kicked for that. Yeah, exactly. People are stupid. They're depleting this for sure. There's no way they're timing this key. Let's give this one a try. Fix doesn't affect the route this week. I mean, it doesn't, but last week was obviously a different... Like, last week was tyrannical. So you can't just take the route that he had last week. Unless you just take routes the same no matter what the affix is, right? So you can't take the route from last week. And the route from 2 weeks ago was different as well. Was changed and everything, right? So, like... Either way, like, no matter... It doesn't even matter. Like, it honestly doesn't even matter. But somebody asking the group if they have a good route is never a sign that the tank is not a good player. Like, if you think that, then I don't know what to tell you. But just asking if someone has a good route... In fact, it's a good thing. Would you rather have a tank that just comes in, posts his shitty route, and doesn't take any, like, input? Would you rather have that? Like, I love it when tanks are actually asking. Like, because sometimes tanks come in with this, like, with the most awful routes, and they're just like, we're playing this. Then I'd rather have a tank who's, like, asking if someone else is, like, a good idea or whatever. Thank you so much for 27 months. Now's the time. What's up? How are you doing? Rule is simple. You're a tank. You queue for and plus. You know the routes. No, I heavily disagree. I 100% disagree with you. It's not the sole responsibility of the tank to come up with a route, as long as the tank can execute the route. If you're the tank and you can only execute a route that you've already played, then of course you should be having a route. Then you should be posting it, right? Because if you can only do the routes that you have played before, well, then that's that. But if you're a really good tank and you can adjust the route depending on what people want to pull, then there's no crime. Because good tanks can adjust the routes and do different things, right? Anyway, this discussion is really dumb. And if you think the tank was in the wrong here, then I don't even want to keep talking about this. This is a stupid discussion. Alright, I have to go dispel before I forget.
There is only one true path of enlightenment.
Like a good comparison would be if let's say this evoker joins the group and says, "Hey guys, when do you want a bloodlust?" And then you kick them. It's like, you should know when to bloodlust. You are the one with the bloodlust. Okay, sorry. Sorry I asked. Okay. Dispel? Johnny. Bloodlust and knowing which pools you can live are different. That's not what we were saying. Like, this person literally just kicked the tank because he was asking if someone has a good route. He didn't say he doesn't have his own route. He said if someone has a good route for this week. That doesn't mean he doesn't know what he's gonna live. Are you all like... Are you trying to not understand? Dude, Twitch chat, you're tilting me right now. How is the tank in the wrong here? If what the fuck? I actually cannot believe it right now. You guys are being so weird right now. Jesus. Thanks for 1 year, Papa Pix. Thank you very much. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Tank's job is to have a route. DPS and heals generally aren't planning them. Okay, listen to me right now. If you are a healer and you think it's the tank's job to have a route, then I am allowed to flame you and think that you're responsible for like every affix that you can do. From now on, okay? Then afflicted is solely your job as well. And incorporeal. I'm never gonna dispel an afflicted mob ever again. That's good. Not one. I predict our tank is dying on pull 2. But maybe not. I believe. Maybe. Yeah, but that's why, Whiskey, that's why the tank was asking. If the tank comes to the group, says, hey, does someone have like a really good route? And then someone posts a route, and then a tank looks at the route, and he says, I don't think I live pool 6. I'm gonna change it a bit. That seems, you know when you have this thing that's called talking? Discussing things. And when someone posts a route, the other person says, actually, I think we should do this. And the other person changes a little bit and says, we should do this. And then a tank says, oh, we're gonna do this. You know when you're like this back and forth with words? It's crazy how that works, right? Talk to people in an MMO. I'm ready, yep. Oh, I can't wait. Should I... I don't know if I should incarn on the first pull. I'll see how fast it does. Kinda want to incarn the second pull, I think. So our tank doesn't die. Somebody should, somebody, by the way, should tell Gingy that they should kick now whenever he asks for route suggestions. Can't believe he hasn't been kicked yet. Cannot believe it. Can I beam this dude? Oh, nice. I will not use gloves. So I have another pulsar proc here. I think we got this. Bursting. Yeah, I have big damage for next pull. Big dam. Sorry, I wanted to shift out of this. Ugh. I'm sorry.
Sacrifice.
Alright. We have an engineer. Yes, we do. Perfect. Oh, our priest has the frontal bleed. Oh shit. Whew. That was mean. Right, I have ink card for next pull. Maybe a little bit of mana for our evoker. A trinket proc. Holy shit, we deleted that pack. Where the hell did it go? Missed a spell. Hey, Tally, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you, thank you. Oh, nice. Cauterized. Or dwarf racial, I guess. Alright. See how that goes. I'm just gonna pre-bark skin. I'm gonna innovate a healer. Good luck, everyone. Nice. Huge heals. Nice. Our healers have a doom, but that's fine. The mobs are dead. I'm currently playing Weavers. I have 3 stars or just once in a while, yep.
More trespassers! I will not allow you through!
Alright, good luck, have fun, everybody.
I will eliminate you.
Oh wow. Which direction are we going? Left?
Sacrifice.
Nice. Oh, nice. Spell? Alright, I have big CDs now, but I guess we're not gonna do a big pull. Thank you, Catty Sam. Thank you so much. Don't think I can hold Incon for PI. Because I have a pulsar proc. I'm just sending. Oh? Did our priest get lightning bolted or what? Did they fix these dragonflies evading? Don't have solar beam yet. Oh, this guy was out of range of Bubble Taunt. You can beam this. These trucks are just so annoying, man. If they wouldn't do so much damage at least. Like, I feel like the frogs are even doing a lot of melee damage. Because otherwise I would just tank them. And then I dispel the dot off of me, the poison. But they actually hit you for quite a lot, it feels like, on like high 45 keys. So you can't even tank them. So keep running. I'm just gonna knock this guy so I tank this guy. Oh,
Time dilation.
oh, dispel this? Nice. Oh, I beam this. Woo. These shock troopers are also just really stupid. Randomly one-shotting people with their instant lightning bolts.
The winds are always in my favor.
Do these tiny Zeppelins actually do tank damage? Like, are they actually annoying for the tank? Like, should I be AoEing? Because I'm usually just to target cleaving here. So I feel like the small ones do nothing. And I assume they also do. I don't know. Doesn't look like they do much, so. Alright, let's see how much I just get us. Probably not that much. Why not? Probably should have kept my vortex for the second one. So I guess we don't have anything really outside of my vortex. We're moving backwards here?
Sacrifice. Zephyr.
Nice. I see, this is how you want to play. This is exactly what I explained the last time about these rocks. Like, you kind of just want to spawn them all at the same area, and then you move together onto the other side, because then they all move through the boss. Like so, you know? And then once they're here, I can just put a vortex. Or reroute them or whatever, and then they all get gulped. Very easy to be played like this. This boss is much harder if people just spread all over the place, and then they drag the frogs everywhere. If you all just stack up on one spot, or on one side of the boss, and then you just move through the boss together.
Sacrifice.
And it's just so much easier. And now we walk the opposite way. Damn, and she death procced. When did that happen? I didn't even realize when she death procced. How am I patting on a frog, Strati? Unbelievable, calling me a fatter. Oh, yeah, that hurts.
Zephyr.
Flip it for next. Nice. Hey, Toxaris, thank you so much for 1 year. What's up? Maybe some mana? No, it's not worth to dot at. You're not doing more single target damage to dot when you dot other mobs. Like the time that it costs you to put the dots on the ads is not worth it. Of course, unless you're spreading Sunfire on like a lot of ads. Like if you're just spreading it, yeah, but you're not gonna sit there and apply dots onto the frogs. That's not more boss damage.
1.
You're gonna get your death. Let me show ya the power of the elements.
We can't. We have to hide here, right?
4.
The one behind us is
3,
gonna
2, 1.
explode.
You're gonna get your death.
Hmm.
Let me show ya the power of the elements.
Which one are we hiding behind here? The fire one?
5, 4, 3, 2,
Zephyr.
1.
You're gonna get your death.
Yeah, that was a bit scuffed because the evoker, like we all were spreading out.
Let me show ya
Watch
the
it.
power of the elements.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You're gonna get your death.
Alright, now the deadly bridge. Oh my god, I'm literally inting! Nay! Just rest me. We have 3 battle rests, I think we just rest. I think I saved cooldowns for the boy. The dragon. I'll just innovate the healer here too. Oh? Why did I knock this guy? Oh, because he was already against the wall. Can you shoot some of these guys here? Man, how is every wave the opposite? Stop! I beam these dudes. Oof, side tank okay? Jesus. It's on me. Let me come in range for the spell. This mini boss probably pretty hard, huh?
Fools! Do you not see what that wretch Tyr has done?
I'm just gonna outrange. Ooh. Oh. Well, yeah, that boss does damage. That's insane. Ooh, do we have a rest? Probably want to outrange that, I think. I mean, it's Shadow Priest, I guess. It's annoying to outrange it because it's 40 yards. So you're out of range as a non-moonkin. You can soothe this rager though. Oh, air tank died. Iris. And this guy. Maybe people should just. Like, you can line this as well, I would assume. Oh no, you cannot line it. Oh. Okay, I did not know that. I assumed you could line it. That's messed up.
The elemental will cleanse the waters.
Do we have some interest for this? These guys, fuck. Those water bolts. Have to make sure we kill them. I'm gonna knock. Goodness. Yeah, we don't have much time. Did you know that a Prod Warrior can spell reflect this whole like tank attack here? And just an insane amount of damage to the boss. It's crazy. Here's our last rest. I don't think we'll make it. Maybe, I mean, 3 minutes? We have to do 2 intermissions, for sure. Oh? Sapphire, the first one, maybe? So I don't have to go bear form? Fuck. Yeah. That's it. Probably wouldn't have made it either way. It's a nice try, though.
Idiots.
Thanks for 25 months, Boopity. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think we didn't have time. This the timer in this dungeon is a bit close, I think. I think you have to go... I think you have to go right after the first boss to make the timer in this dungeon. Which sucks, but I think you have to. Yeah, the tank died in a mini boss. That's interesting. What? I think is he dying? I wonder if he's dying to the ragers. Like, I'm not sure if the ragers actually do a lot of damage. It seemed like it. I'm not sure though. Oh no, he actually just got meleeed to death. By Saria. The Rager melees for 93k. How did he get such a high melee hit though? 380k? It seems like a lot. Yeah, he probably dropped shield, yeah. Because if you look at the hit before that, at the top it says Infuses Aria melee 69k. Right? And then Infuses Aria 117k. So you got triple the amount of damage or quadruple the amount of damage that he got from the previous 2 melees. I assume he dropped shield or something. Or the gear broke, I don't know. Something happened for sure. Yeah, we should do the video. Good point. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, so I'm gonna be right back 1 second, and then I'm gonna talk a little bit about which add-ons and weakauras and settings for add-ons and weakauras I recommend for rating and for plus. So-called like must-have add-ons and settings in plus. I'm gonna do like super obvious things that most people probably know already at the start, and then I'm gonna do some more like tips that I think are super interesting and super good that a lot of people don't do. You always see the high-end players do this, but a lot of like more, you know, like more casual players never do this, and I don't know why. Because yeah, I understand people hate setting up their UI, of course. But some of these things take such little time, and it helps so much. But I'm gonna talk about it in a second. Johnny. We are back. All right, let's do this. Are you ready? All right, so we're talking about add-ons with weakauras and settings that you should be doing if you want to be better at rating and M+. All right? Number 1, weakauras. Weakauras is obviously an add-on that, I mean, most people already use weakauras, right? Because it's kind of required for rating. People say you need weakauras because blah, 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 right? But one thing that people don't do is like change the weakauras according to what they need. And I do think that is very important. And I understand it's a little bit intimidating because weakauras look very complicated, right? Like there's a lot of settings and a lot of things you can do with weakauras that is confusing people. But first of all, I think you should have like a little bit of an order in your weakauras. You shouldn't just import like 20 different weakauras packs, and then you have some weakauras that you have triple, and then there's a sound you don't know which weakauras it belongs to. Some of them are like off screen, others are covering a character, others are covering part of your UI, and so on. So it's very important that if you use weakauras, in my opinion, that you look through the weakauras that you are importing, that you know what all of them do. And I personally also suggest that you disable weakauras if you don't think you need them. Like, I think that only important weakauras, you should only have important weakauras that you actually care about, that are actually useful to you, because a lot of people have so many weakauras that your brain just stops registering them. Like, if every 2 seconds there's a weakauras that pops up somewhere on your screen and there's a million sounds and a million icons or whatever, your brain will just like ignore them. If there's a lot of weakauras that are not necessary, if they're useless or they're like they have very low importance or whatever, then I think that you just start ignoring them. So sometimes you will die to a mechanic. It's like, oh, I didn't know I had this mechanic. And then you look back, if you have like a VOD or whatever, and you see, oh my god, there's like a weaker in the middle of my screen, and I just didn't see it. And at that point, it's not even like, of course it was your fault, but if you kind of condition your brain that there's like a million weakauras that pop up on your screen that are not important, then your brain will also ignore important weakauras, right? Because your brain eventually will be like, oh, there's a million weakauras, but they're not so important, so I'm just going to ignore them, right? So in my opinion, having weakauras that are not super important, you should remove those, especially if you're importing packs, which is fine. Obviously, making your own weakauras is difficult, and not everyone does that. And that's fine. You don't have to learn how to make your own weakauras. But learning how to like organize your weakauras and change them the way you want is very important. Otherwise, they're useless, right? So if you install a pack, like for example, a rating pack, like for example, I have this huge like liquid weakaura where there's like a million weakauras, right? Now, what you want to do, first of all, you want to have your anchors in a correct spot where you like them. Like usually these packs have something called, like it's a group that is called anchors. Like this one is, for example, called liquid anchors. And most weakauras nowadays have this. Let me explain what this does. So this group here that is called anchors, that one will determine where your weakauras show up on your screen. So for example, here it says bars. So if I click on bars, this is all of the weakauras that are coded as a bar will be here, right? And you can move these around. So what I recommend doing is that you open all of the anchors. So now I see where all my anchors are. And now another important thing is to enable the rest of your UI to see if they're covering something and to see if they're actually in a position where they're not going to be covering the rest of your UI. So for example, my rate frames are down here. Like I know that if I'm in a rate, then here will be my rate frames, right? So I do not, because right now I could move the bars down here, right? Here there's nothing right now. It's like, oh, that's a great position. But then I'm in a raid, and all of a sudden my raid frames are here, and this is covering my raid frames. So you want to make sure that you know where the rest of your UI is, and you want to move it to that spot. What you can do is you open your raid add-on, whatever it may be. Like, I don't know if you use Bigwix or DBM or if you use weakauras for it. I use Bigwix, right? What you can do with Bigwix and with DBM as well is you can create taskbars, right? So you just create taskbars, or you can toggle the anchors on and off. So now see, like, you can see my bars are here and here and here in the middle of my screen, right? So this is where my Bigwix is. So now you want to make sure that the anchors of the weakauras are not covering the other weak. Like, I don't want to move this here, right? Because otherwise it's going to cover my Bigwix. So that is something you want to keep in mind as well. You want to keep in mind where your details is, where your map is going to be, where your player frame, where your boss frame is as well. That's something you can also enable depending on which unit frames you use. I use shadowed unit frames. You can unlock the frames so you see where they are. So now I know this is where my boss frame is, this is where my focus frame is. And now I look at the anchors again. And now I see, okay, well, this is covering my focus frame, right? And this weaker is, I mean, it's close to my boss frame, but I don't want it to be covered, right? So now that you have all of these like anchors enabled, you can now see where your free space is. And then you move them around accordingly. So that's one thing you can do. Outside of deleting weakauras that you don't want, of course. Alright, so that's one thing you definitely want to do with weakauras. Oh my god. There we go. And then some people, like when it comes to deleting weakauras, some people don't know what a certain weakaura is, right? Like, let's say you want to do Siskarn, right? And then you look at all of these weakauras here. And then you're like, tactical destruction, what is that? Like, I don't even know what that is. Do I need this? Do I not need this? Well, the best way to understand what it is, if you want to be looking at everything individually, is by just going, either you can go to the dungeon journal and just go to the boss and see what this ability is. You can also just look it up at Wowhat. Another thing that people don't always know what to do is if you go to a weakaura, every spell, every buff, every debuff has a spell ID. And if you don't find the name somewhere, because sometimes it says a word like blast wave, whatever, and then you do not find that ability in the dungeon journal. So what do you do now? How do you know what this ability is? Well, you look at the spell ID. So for example, for tactical destruction, what you want to do is here at the top tabs, you see one thing that is called trigger. And almost always this trigger tab will have a spell ID in it because the trigger determines which ability makes the weakaura work, basically. So under this trigger tab, you'll just scroll down and look for a spell ID. And here, for example, the spell ID is this. So now you can go on Wowhat and just look for the spell, and then you get an explanation on what it is. I'll show you. All right, so if you look at the URL, let me just show you. Let me look at a different spell. Where's my monitor? There. So if you go to the URL at the top of the screen, it says wowhat.com/spell equals and then the number, right? And this number is the spell ID. So if you copy the spell ID, which was... Let me copy this again. 406678. And now the spell will appear. Magic, right? And you can do the same thing backwards. If you want to make a weakera for a certain ability, instead of writing the name of the spell, you can always look for the spell ID on Wowhat. It will always be up here in the URL. This will always be the ID of the spell. And you can use this for many different add-ons, for Plater, for weakers, or whatever. This is the spell ID. And then it will not be triggering on other spells that look similar or whatever, right? And now we know, okay, this is a tactical destruction. Upon reaching one energies, this card unleashes there's blah, 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 right? So now you know what the ability does. And now you know if you need this weakera or not. If you don't need it, you just delete the weakera. If you don't want to delete it, because you think that you might need it again later, because that happens too, right? Sometimes you're not sure about a boss, like if it's a new raid that comes out, and you're not really sure, do I need this weakera or not? Then what you can do instead of deleting it is you can just make it not load, and then you can enable it again later. And the way that works is that you just go onto the load tab here, and then you just click here on load never. So now this weaker will never load until I enable it again. And then I will just remove this never load tab here, and then it will be here again. So this is a way on how you can keep weakeras, but just disable them for now, right? All right, so that's some things about weakeras. I know weakeras are a lot more complicated than this, and there's a lot more to talk about when it comes to weakeras, but that's just like a general idea. You can also, when you play in Plus, there's always really good weakera packs you can download that Relo makes. If you go to Relo's Vago, he usually makes these like Season 2 dungeon weakeras, where he just has a bunch of weakeras for all of the dungeons combined. And usually he also has an anchor weakera that does the same thing as I explained earlier. We have these anchors, and you move around the position of the weakeras and where you want them. So here are the icons, here are the bars, here's like special abilities, here's an arrow, and so on and so on and so on. Right, so you make sure you move around these anchors to know where like the weakeras are and where you think they're best. And then when you go under the specific dungeons, then you can disable certain weakeras, or you can change them or whatnot. One really simple thing as well that is pretty easy to learn is adding a sound effect. And some people don't know how that works. The way that works is you just go to the certain ability that you want a sound effect for. So let's say I want a sound effect for Whirling Dagger, which is an ability that the last boss in Freehold does. Then you click on the ability, and you go to Actions on the top tab here, and you just click on Play Sound, and then you look for a sound. Another pretty cool thing is downloading a sound pack for certain text-to-speech sounds. Right, because everyone knows the air horn, for example, right? Like everyone knows the sound. And a lot of weakeras always come with these like generic sounds that you can select from here. But at some point, your brain will be like, oh my god, every single weaker is an air horn. So it's best to have different sounds attached to different things to make sure that your brain immediately understands what it is without having to see the icon of the weakera. So you have a sound cue and you have an icon. Now, there's two tricks you can do with sounds. Number one, you can select the same sound for similar abilities. For example, a frontal. Like if you do dungeons, there's a lot of mobs that have frontals, and they're all the same, right? They all do the same thing. They all hit the front of the mob is just going to be a cone in front of the mob, and you have to move away, right? So if you take every single frontal and add the same sound to that frontal, then immediately as you hear the sound, you know it's a frontal. It doesn't matter which frontal it is, you know it's a frontal. And you can do the same thing with other things. For example, let's say there's an ability where you have to spread out. Then you can attach the same sound to every ability where you have to spread. Or there's something where you have to, I don't know, stop damage, or where you have to use a defensive, and you can always add the same sound to those same abilities, so your brain recognizes them immediately, right? That's one trick you can do with weakauras. Another thing you can do is use text to speech. So the sound literally tells you what it is. There's a lot of weakauras that come with sound packs. Usually the way it works is that it's a file. You download a file and you extract it into your add-on folder, and then it will pull the sound from the sound file on your computer. For example, this weakaura I have here for externals. Let me find it. I have this weakaura here that tells me if I have an external on me, right? And this weakaura works with a sound file that I downloaded and put into my interface folder. And it basically just says the name of the ability that I have, right? So if I get Ironbark, it will say Ironbark. If I get Sacrifice, it will say Sacrifice, or Pain Sup, or whatever, right? And that is really nice if it's a bunch of different things that you need to know. For example, if I get intervened by a tank, by a prot warrior, then it will say intervene, and then I know that the next ability that hits me will go on a tank. Because intervene is something that is, for example, intervene is kind of hard to see, in my opinion. If you get bop, pretty easy to see, right? You don't necessarily need a weakaura for it. But if a prot warrior intervenes you, I always feel like that's not super easy to see, especially if you're a melee player or if you're really close to the boss. Then it's not really obvious if a tank intervened you or not. So having this weakaura pack is really, really nice. And using text-to-speech in general is really nice, because then the voice just tells you what is happening. Like, it will literally tell you what to do. Instead of having an air horn, you have a weakaura that says spread out, or stack up, or intervene, or whatever, right? So using that is also very nice. All right. So that's generally what I have to say about weakauras for now. But obviously, as I said, there's a lot more about weakauras that you can do and that you can change. And I know it takes a lot of time. Another quick thing about weakauras before I leave it is organizing your weakauras, in my opinion, is also really important. So you know which ones to delete. Because sometimes your PC will be super slow if you have a lot of weakauras that are like 5 years old and they're pulling weird data and they're constantly in the background or whatever, and it can cause your computer to like literally like freeze up and lag. So you want to update your weakauras all the time, because usually when you're importing a weakaura from an add-on creator, a weakaura creator, then they will update the weakauras on Vago, and you might not know that they updated them. So there's a software. It's called Weakaura Companion. And you can download it from Vago. And this is what it looks like. So you just open it on your PC. And then this works for Playter as well, by the way. And then you just click on Fetch Updates. And then it will see if there's any weakauras that you currently have that were updated by the creator of the weakaura, right? So now you fetch updates, and then you go in-game. And then, for example, here it says Dragonflight Season 2 dungeons, ready for update, right? And now you literally just click here, and it will give you this window, and it will ask you, should it update the weakaura, or do you want to create a copy? Do you want to only update size and position, or names, actions, whatever? You can deselect some of these things if you don't want everything to be updated, and then you update, and that's it, right? Then you're done. All right. Another thing is you can pull groups into other groups. So, for example, I have a group here that is called General Combat Things. And inside this, I have a lot of other groups. And to me, this is just very useful. So I find weakauras quickly and I know what they're for without having to look around everywhere, right? So everything that, in my opinion, is like General Combat Things, just goes in here, right? Like the raid utility that I have, like innervate, interrupt anchors, external buffs, city reminders, just generally things that I think are important. I just put them all here, like affixes or whatever. I just put them here, right? PI, very important. And you can drag them out this again if you want, like this raid utility weaker. If you don't want them to be in here anymore, I just move it out by pressing this arrow. And if I want to pull it in again, I just left click this thing and just move it in here. Right, done. All right, cool. Now let's talk about boss mods. So bigwigs or DBM or whatever you may be using for your boss mods. A lot of people install a boss mod and they just leave it there. And generally that works fine. But I do think that there's a lot of things you can do with boss mods that some people are maybe not aware of. I'm going to show you what you can do with bigwigs. I personally don't use DBM or anything else, so I'll show you how this works, but I'm sure most boss mods have similar things. So for example, one thing I really like doing is if there's like a really important mechanic, then I personally like adding a countdown to it. Now you can do this with a weaker as well. You don't need to do this with this, but it's really quick, right? So for example, let's say I'm doing Kasara and I keep dying to the frontal, like where the boss turns and spits at you, right? Now, to stop dying to the ability, it's called Hell Beam. What I'm gonna do is I just go to this ability and I add a countdown. So now 5 seconds before the ability happens, a lady will count down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then you're aware that you have to pay attention, right? So having a countdown is very nice. I personally don't like putting countdowns to multiple abilities because otherwise your brain gets confused, right? On one boss fight, I usually only put a countdown to one ability per phase. So whenever I hear the countdown, I know which ability is going to come up. And it's not like a random, like if I put a countdown to 3 different abilities, then the countdown starts and I don't know what it's about. So I usually like putting a countdown to only one ability per phase, so I know what it is. Now, what else? Another thing you can do is change the color of the bar, because if you look at this side here, like there's like a bunch of abilities that all have the same bar, and it's kind of hard. Like if you're in the middle of a raid boss and you want to know when a certain ability comes up, then you have to look over where your bars are, and you might have a small text or a small icon and you don't see it, and then the bars move around and you're just distracted. It takes a long time for you to see it, right? So what I like doing is changing the colors of some of the abilities that you think is important to know the timer off. So for example, if we go to, let's say, Forgotten Experiment. Okay. Let's say you want to know the timer of the deep breath. Actually, no, a better example would be the Violent Eruption. You know how on this boss, if you're a healer or a Shadow Priest, there's a debuff in a raid, and if you dispel that debuff, it spawns an add on the ground. And if that add is alive while the Violent Eruption is happening, then it does a lot more damage. So if you're the person that dispels, then you want to make sure you know when the Violent Eruption is happening, right? Because if the Violent Eruption is happening in 6 seconds, then you do not want to dispel. So as a priest with Mass Dispel or as a healer with Magic Dispel, it's pretty important for you to know when the Violent Eruption is happening. So what I would do if I was a Shadow Priest or a healer, I would go to this ability and I would change the color of the bar. So you just go to colors, and here on bars, it says normal and emphasized. So blue is the normal color, but I can make this like pink, for example. So now this ability's bar is pink, and once it's emphasized, I also just make it pink or whatever else you want, right? So now when I'm playing this boss, I will see all of the blue bars here, except one bar will be pink. And when I look over at the timers, I will immediately see the pink timer. So I will immediately know where it is, and I can see how long it's gonna be for it, right? So that is, in my opinion, very important whenever you have an ability like that you need to see in like a long time before it happens, right? Because if the ability is important to know for 5 seconds, you can just put a countdown. But if you want to know a certain ability is happening in 10 seconds, then this is very, very good to know. Then another thing you can do with big wicks or with boss frames in general is disabling certain bars. Usually people never disable anything, right? But there's certainly some things that maybe are not very interesting to you. So whenever you do a boss fight and you have like 20 different timers going down, it's very confusing and you might not even look at it. But if you do a boss and there's a bunch of mechanics that you don't necessarily need to know the cooldown of, then you can just disable them, right? Like you can literally just disable certain timers completely and then they will not show up, which in my opinion, is pretty helpful, right? Because depending on which role you play, certain abilities might just not be of interest to you, at least not to have a timer for, right? Because, you know, if there's a frontal that the boss does, but it only hits melee players, then I personally don't necessarily need a timer for it, because if I'm going to stand at ranged anyway, and the frontal is not going to hit me, I might as well remove that ability, right? So that is something you can do as well. All right, then one more thing I do want to talk about is nameplates. So in my opinion, the most important add-ons and add-ons in general for raiding and plus is weakauras. Then any kind of boss mod for raiding. You can also have a boss mod for M+, by the way. Big Wix has an add-on that's called Little Wix, which is basically the same as a raid boss mod, except it's for dungeons. And I think DBM has something similar as well. So you can go ahead and download that for dungeons too if you want. And the third most important thing, in my opinion, is having proper nameplate settings, especially if you do M+. In raiding, it definitely has less of an importance. Because raiding, for example, if you play a single target boss, if you play Kasara, it doesn't matter what your nameplates look like, right? As long as you have a good target frame. Or a boss frame or whatever. But especially if you play M+, or if there are certain boss fights that also have a lot of adds there, and then it's also pretty important to have clean nameplates. And nameplates are usually the thing that people struggle the most with when it comes to setting them up. Now, I personally recommend Plater as a nameplate add-on, just because Plater has the most settings and has the most like you can get the most help with Plater, because Plater is on Vago and you can import scripts, you can import mods, you can import whole settings for it, and it's really, really nice to just have the options, right? Plater, you can make them look however you want. There's many, many, many options with Plater. It's very complicated, very similar to like weakauras when it comes to the complications of it. And the one thing I hate about Plater that is, in my opinion, the options are very disorganized. Like, in my opinion, it's very hard to find certain things because the way Plater is set up is a little bit complicated. But what I recommend doing is, I think there's no shame to just import somebody else's Plater settings. I don't think there's a shame in that. Because Plater, like nameplates, is something that works for everyone. It's different with weakauras. I would not necessarily recommend to install somebody else's weakauras and then just leave them the way they are, right? Because weakauras are very like personal in a sense that it has to make sense with your role and with your spec, and it needs to make sense for you and what trinkets you're running and what talents you're running and blah, 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 right? But nameplates, in my opinion, are a little bit less personal because they're nameplates, right? Of course, there's things that you want to see for yourself. But in general, the settings, when it comes to the CVAR settings, they work for many people, right? And when I say CVAR settings, World of Warcraft has nameplate settings in-game. They're actually not add-on related. Okay, so Blizzard by default, the standard Blizzard UI has nameplate settings that you can change, but there's no official like they're not in an official like interface options. You can only access them through like typing in a script in your chat or by having an add-on that is called Advanced Interface Options. So I have an add-on that is called Advanced Interface Options, and it basically gives me this thing here. Now this looks complicated, but this is what this is these are all just hidden options that exist in game. Like they are all allowed options by Blizzard, but Blizzard does not have like they're just not part of the interface options. But if you type in a script in the chat, then they will be changed. And this add-on just makes it easier for you to change them without needing to write in a script. That's it. So this add-on just allows you to see the options here, right? And the main reason why I use this CVAR browser here, this advanced interface option, is for nameplate settings. So if you look here, if you type in nameplate, you see all of these settings here are nameplate settings. And I don't mean the way they look, I mean functional settings. Like there's like a million things you can set. You can set how close the nameplate is to the mobs. You can set how close the nameplates are to each other, vertically and horizontally. You can set how far up they go on your screen, how far down they go on your screen, how much they're overlapping, how much they're stacking. There's all of these options are here. Standard Blizzard settings. They don't have anything to do with an add-on. They're just there by default, right? Now, if you use Plater, you do have some of these options in the add-on. So you can just use a slider instead of using this. But I do recommend if you want to play around with your nameplate settings, I do also recommend just using the CVARs and making sure that you know what they're doing. For example, you have different kinds of scales. They're pretty much self-explanatory, but there's also a description here. For example, top inset. The inset from the top in screen percent, that blah, 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 right? So for example, I have this on -1. Which means that for me, the nameplates go outside of the screen. So if I look at these dummies here and I move my camera down, then they go out of my screen. That's a setting that I like. Doesn't mean that everyone likes this setting though, right? This is a personal thing. I personally like the nameplates to go outside of my screen because if you don't have this, I'll show you what happens. So if I put the top inset on... If I put this on 1... Oh wait, that 1 is probably a little bit too much. What is the standard? Let's see. 0.08. Alright, so if I put this on 0.08, then you see what it's doing. Like when I move my camera down, this space here where my mouse is right now, it will not be used by the nameplates. So this space is effectively just, the nameplates will not go up there, right? But what happens this way is that they will all clump up at the top. So I have stacking nameplates, not overlapping nameplates, right? But if for whatever reason, let's say I'm standing further back as a range GPS, and my camera is a little bit further down because I want to see swirlers on the ground. So now this is what the nameplates are doing, right? They are going to be stacked up because they cannot be pushed further up because I just put the setting for it, right? This is fine though. Like if you have a setting like that, it's important for you to know though that this is happening. So what do you do if this is how your nameplates look like? Well, either you change the setting the way I have it and they go out of your screen, or you just move your camera down, right? Because this is what happens if you move your camera up. There's just not enough space at the top of your screen for the nameplates to go anywhere, so they'll just clump up. So if you're ever in a plus dungeon and this is what's happening and your nameplates do this, just be aware that you just have to move your camera down and they will spread out again and you'll see better, right? If you want the same setting as I do, then you can just do the same thing where you do put -1, right? If you want to, your nameplates to actually leave the screen. You can do the same thing at the bottom, by the way, where nameplates either stay inside your screen at the bottom or they go off your screen. You just have to put a minus point to it then. All right, so I'll put it again at -1 because I personally like that. Now, there's other plater settings that, in my opinion, are pretty good to know. Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail because there's, again, like a million things you can do with plater settings. One thing that I personally think is pretty important is that if you have a lot of mobs, that you still see your most important things, right? So number 1, you want to see the cast bar of a mob. You can, on plater, if you go to, I think it's under enemy NPC. Or is it not? Where's the cast bar? Cast bar. Oh, here. Okay, it's literally called cast bar. Alright, so if you go under cast bar, you can enable a test cast bar. Under here, toggle cast bar test. So now I see where my cast bar is, right? And then you can move your camera around a little bit to see how it looks like, right? So if you pull a lot of mobs, you can be like, okay, so if I pull them up like this, you can see the cast bar of this top dummy is kind of covered. I don't see it, right? So this, it's like, you know, it could be better. It's like if I move my camera like this, I can see the cast bars fine. If I move like this, some of them are covered, some of them are not, you know, like you kind of have to figure out how you want to set up your nameplates just to make sure that you still see the most important casts. And you can do that by making sure there's enough space in between the nameplates, right? Because if you look at your nameplates, right now they're so close to each other, which technically is fine because the closer the nameplates are to each other, the more space you're gonna have at the top, which is pretty important with nameplates. Technically speaking, with nameplates, you want to make sure to have as much space at the top as possible. So, because this space is much more important than horizontal space. Vertical space is much more important because usually the nameplates are at the top of your screen already. Right? Because my character is here, the nameplates are not going to be behind me, right? The nameplates are always going to be more at the top of your screen. And the nameplates are not going to be spread out horizontally. They're going to be stacked vertically, right? So whenever you can somehow save space above your nameplate and below your nameplate, you want to do that, and you want to make sure they're as close as possible without covering anything, right? You don't want to have cast bars covered, you don't want to have your dots covered, or any important debuffs that you want to see. So you want to make sure they're close enough to have enough space, but not far enough so you're not wasting space. Now, one thing that I personally did with my nameplates is that I put my important dots to the side. Because horizontal space, as I said, is much less important than vertical space. So you should definitely be using the left side of your nameplate, and you should also be using the right side of your nameplate for important things. Because as soon as you can stop using the top and the bottom, then you can put them close together, right? Because if my dots would be at the top of the nameplate, then I would have to spread out my nameplates further to make sure I can see my dots. So my nameplates aren't covering the dots, right? So by moving important information to the left and to the right of the nameplate, you're utilizing horizontal space, which is much less important than vertical space. All right, so that's one thing. You also want to make sure things are not overlapping, of course. There's something you can do with plater that is called like a special auras or buff special. And you can enable 2 of these. Let me find the setting for it. Here. Alright, so there's something called an aura frame 1. This is under buff settings. So you have aura frame 1 and aura frame 2. And you can see it on my screen right now. So my aura frame 1 is to the left of the mobs. So basically, if a mob would be raging, then I would see it on the left. And then on top of the bar, I have aura frame 2, which would be something else. And you can set up what you want in each of these aura frames under buff tracking. So you can set which aura frame you want to be using, and then it will tell you, and then it will either put it to the left or to the top. Another thing you can do is change your cast bar icons as well. Make sure you can either remove the cast bar icon, or you can make it smaller or bigger, or however you want. There's also certain weakauras that show like markers. For example, my aura frame 2 has markers. So this frame here, this aura frame 2, which I said is this one at the top, includes raid markers. So my raid marker is going to be here. You can move this to the middle, you can move it to the right, you can move it wherever you want to make sure it's not covering anything else. You can also change the growth direction and the anchor, right? You can anchor, the growth direction means that it's going to start at the left and then move to the left as well, if there's multiple. And if you grow direction right, then it will start wherever you put the anchor, and then it will move to the right, right? So these are all the settings you can do with the aura frames. Then, another really cool thing that Plater has is coloring certain mobs differently. And this is something that a lot of people do not do, even though it's very easy. So the way this works is if you go to, let me try to find this, NPC colors and names. Right, so if you go to this tab here on Plater, you can look for a mob. Let's just find this, let's just find this dummy. Animated duelist dummy. Okay, wait, this guy's not here, but I have the option here. So you can either find the NPC here. I assume the dummies are just not part of this. But most mobs that you have in the raid and in the dungeons, they're part of this list. You can usually just look for the name and they're here. For example, I changed the color of the Decay Totem in Breckenheight. Empty Recollection is the Mythic at on Mythic Sarkareth. And yeah, the way it works is that you just change the color to whatever you want here. Let's make it red. And now the nameplate is red. It's really just as simple as that. But I personally think that it's pretty nice if it's like super important nameplates or super important mobs that you need to pay attention to. So for example, let's say you play Rogue and you play an Underrot and you need to interrupt, like your job is to disrupt the maggot's frontal cast. Like, let's say that's just what you're assigned to do, right? Now, what you can do, sometimes when you do a big pull in Underrot, there's a bunch of lashers, and there's blood swarmers, and there's maggots, and there's everything just on top of each other, and you have a hard time, like, finding the correct nameplate, right? Now, if you recolor the nameplate to a different color, then it's so much easier for you to see, right? So you just go to Plater, you look for the maggots. There you go. Fetid maggot, the Underrot. And then you just select the color and you make it whatever it is. Now, whenever you do this with the different colors, you can also have a coloring like strategy. The same way as I talked about the sound effects earlier. You can have the same color for similar type mobs, right? So for example, the maggot has a frontal that needs to be disrupted, not interrupted, right? It can only be stunned or disoriented or something, right? So if you find a second mob in a different dungeon that is similar to the maggot, that also has like a cast that you need to disrupt, then you can use that color for those type of mobs, right? So let's say you make the maggot dark orange, and then you play a freehold afterwards, and you notice, oh, there's this mob that I also need to disrupt because it does a fixate or like a frontal or whatever it may be. And then you make that, look for that mob, and you also make that mob's nameplate orange, right? So now all of the mobs that have something that you need to disrupt are orange. All of the mobs that you need to pay attention to because they have a frontal are green. All of the mobs that you need to stay away from because they explode they're blue or whatever. Whatever you want to do, right? So that's what you can do. And you can easily disable it again by just toggling it. Once you feel like, okay, this nameplate might not be as important after all, then you just disable it again. And yeah, it's as simple as that. One more really cool weaker that I can suggest for M+ specifically is a ability cooldown weakera. Do I actually have it right now? Or did I remove it? Oh yeah, there it is. Alright, so there's this weaker. It's called Spell CD on Nameplate. Dragonflight Season 2. I honestly don't know who made this. Was it Relo? Either way, I'm sure you'll find it. So what this weaker does, and it's hard to show you right now, but what this does is it will show you the inner cooldown of important abilities. So for example, the maggot's frontal, right? The maggot that I just talked about in Underrot that does a frontal, it has an inner cooldown. Like all of these abilities, every mob, every trash mob, every boss has an inner cooldown on an ability, right? They're not going to cast a frontal back to back to back, right? If they cast a frontal once, then they will not be able to cast a frontal again for another, let's say, 10 seconds, right? And this weaker here will show you the cooldown of those abilities, and it will be attached to your nameplate. I can show you. If I go to Underrot, I can probably show you. Oh, shit. Thank you so much for 5 months, Bambi. Thank you very much. Is there anything else I should mention? Are there any add-ons or weakauras that you think are useful? MDT, I guess. I should mention MDT. I'll do that afterwards. Alright, so I think the matron has one. Yeah, there you go. So you see this icon here on the right? This shows the cooldown of the Blood Harvest. And now you can see the Blood Harvest is on CD. Blood Harvest is the charge, in case you didn't know. So now it shows me it cannot cast Blood Harvest, and when it's close to being ready again, it will be glowing. So with this weaker, you just see the cooldown of certain spells, so you're ready to react whenever it happens. And most important abilities are added to this. So yeah, this is how it looks like. You can change the position of it in the weaker if you just move it around. So you can you can make sure that it's on the correct spot. You can make it bigger, smaller, move it up or down, left, right, wherever you want it to be. Yeah, I assume the maggots also have it, yeah. Yeah, there we go. The maggot also has the inner cooldown for the frontal. So now I cast the frontal, and now I see it's on cooldown, right? And whenever it's close to getting ready again, then it will be lining up, and then it can be casted again. Yep. Alright, that's it. Right. Then one more thing I want to talk about is MDT. MDT, Mythic Dungeon Tools, made by Nagi, is so this tool, I think it speaks for itself, but a lot of people are not like really utilizing it that well, I guess. And a lot of people are not playing around with it. Now, I personally think if you play a lot of M+, I think playing around with MDT helps a lot to just understand the route better. And I know that most people that are pugging are completely just relying on the tank to post a route, and then they just do whatever the tank says. Like, they don't even click on the route, they just follow the tank and do what the tank does, which works usually, right? But I personally think that if you want to be a better M+ player, then understanding the routes better and understanding how much percentage things give is pretty important, because whenever you have any kind of improvement, like sometimes tanks don't know best. Like, I know that the tanks are the ones that need to know the route the best, and because they need to survive it. But sometimes they have like a really weird route that they imported from somebody else from Tyrannical week, and now it's Fortified week, and the pulls that they're doing just make no sense, right? So if you understand MT, understand routing a little bit better, then you can help out with routes, and you can change things around and suggest things as well, because there are certain routes that are just a lot more efficient than others, right? Now, the way MDT works is like, it's pretty straightforward. Like, it shows you the dungeon on a map, and it shows you where the mobs are. Now, of course, some of these mobs are patrolling, and they're just stationary here, right? So it will, like, for example, this matron here patrols back and forth. The way you see that is by actually mouse overing it, right? So now, when I mouse over this matron, I can see the patrol path, right? You can see it goes down, up and down. So that is something that you can see when you mouse over them, which is pretty nice as well. Like, if you don't know how a patrol walks, then you can do the mouse over thing. Like here, for example, this Defiler patrols in this like kind of square, right? And you see if I'm up patrols, if it has this blue outline. So you see how this Defiler doesn't have a blue outline, and this Defiler does. It's because this Defiler patrols and this doesn't. So this Corruptor patrols as well. You can see it has the blue outline, and this Corruptor does not patrol, right? So the blue outline indicates that it's patrolling. Then, if you click on one mob, you see what it's linked to as well, which is pretty important, right? So for example, if I click on this one tick here, it selects all of the ticks because they're connected, right? If they're not connected, if something isn't connected, then selecting one will not select anything else. So for example, this matron here is not connected to any other pack. So if I click on it, you can see I can pull this by itself. Same goes for this maggot here. I can pull this by itself. So if I'm not sure about a pack being like all 4 mobs or just 1 or whatever, then you can just go to MDT, click on a mob and see, okay, these 4 mobs, they come together, right? Now, another thing is that you can see the enemy forces and the percentage. A lot of people look at percentage rather than enemy forces when it comes to M+. I personally recommend to look at enemy forces instead of percentage, just because it's easier, right? Because the percentages are decimal numbers. For example, this Headhunter gives 1.56%. That is hard to remember, right? But the amount of enemy forces that this Headhunter gives is 5. And in my opinion, remembering 5 is a lot easier than remembering 1.56%, right? So if you install a weakauras that shows enemy forces as a number instead of a percent, because I know the standard Blizzard UI only shows percentage, but if you have a weakauras, for example, Relo's timer weakauras and plus weakauras, then you will see the actual enemy forces as a number and not as a percent. I should have it somewhere here. There we go. It's called there, and plus timer. Yeah. So this weaker is literally called a plus timer. And it will show you, you can set this up the way you want. You can make the background different. You can make the colors different. You can change the way the percentage is displayed, the enemy forces is displayed, and so on and so on. And I personally just think changing your brain to think about enemy forces as a number is easier than looking at things as percentages, right? Because sometimes you do a route and there's only 2 more mobs that you can do that are in front of the last boss. And now you have to figure out how much percent do we need before we can move on, right? And if you think in percentages instead of enemy forces, then you have to remember these like super weird numbers where it's like, oh, we need 7.34% before we move on or whatever. If you look at enemy forces, then you would just know, okay, the last 2 mobs give 10 enemy forces. So we're gonna need, like if the dungeon needs 100 enemy forces, then you're gonna need 90, right? Easy. So changing your brain or looking at enemy forces instead of percentages is usually a lot easier. But as I said, MDT displays both. MDT says the amount of enemy forces and the percentage. So you can figure it out like that. Now here you have the enemy forces counter. And you can see like if you select the mobs, then it will count up. So now, for example, I have exactly 100%. All of the trash that is selected here in this route is 320 out of 320 enemy forces. So perfect percentage. And you can play around with this, right? You can be like, okay, so what if we pull these ticks here at the start? So now we have 5 extra enemy forces that we could skip somehow. This maggot gives 5 forces, right? So now we could decide, okay, maybe we skip this maggot somehow and we just pull the ticks instead. There you go, right? And then you can just play around like this. You can be like, okay, so what if we skip these 2 lashers? Okay, so now I'm missing 8 enemy forces. Where do we get those enemy forces from? And then you see, okay, well, this grotesque horror gives 7. Okay, so this is not enough, right? So now we're missing 1 enemy force. Now this corruptor gives 10. All right, so now we would have enough, technically. But is it worth it to play a corruptor instead of 2 lashers? Probably not, right? So you can like think back and forth on how you're gonna do the routing, which mobs you're pulling. These mobs patrol, so it might be bad to pull them. And you can just see the different you can see the different HP levels, and you can see the different enemy forces it gives, and then you can just play around like this to make sure that you reach 100% in the end. Now you can also move these pulls around. If you want to be super clean with your MDT, then you can make sure like you're moving them in the correct order. You're deleting the things that you're not using. You can combine certain things. You can draw. Like there's a freehand drawer. You can just, draw whatever you want. You can add a note where you can just describe whatever you want people to do. You can select the affixes here to make sure the numbers are correct. You can increase the dungeon level. And the reason this is useful is because you can actually see the different HP values. So for example, if I would do 34 tyrannical, then Sporcala Sancha would have 164 million HP. If it's at 20, it has 43 million HP, right? You can see the different values by changing the key level. And yeah, that's kind of... I mean, there's a lot of things you can do with MDT, but I think this is the basic thing. You can erase things, you can undo things, whatever. You can select the different dungeons here. You can save different routes. You can share the route by literally just pressing share, the button here that is not enabled because I'm not in a group. But if I was in a group, you could share here. You can even have live sessions as well. If you press live sessions, it will share a link in the group, and then you can work together with your group on the same MDT. So if you do a live session and somebody else opens my route and I draw this, then the other person will see this arrow that I just drew, right? And then you can think about routes together. You can import routes by pressing here. You can export routes. You can rename them, and so on and so on. All right. Then one more add-on in my opinion, or one more add-on that I think is pretty useful in M+ in general is Omnicity. Omnicity is an add-on that shows group cooldowns and yeah, mainly group cooldowns. So basically what it does, you can enable it for different things. You can, it's mainly important for dungeons, for raiding, it's kind of whatever. But what you can do is you can enable people's interrupt cooldown. For example, here, I can see my solar beam right now. If there was other people in my group, I would see their wind shear, I would see their pummel, their whatever. And this is pretty important because you know, okay, no one else is an interrupt ready, so I have to interrupt, right? So it's pretty important to keep track of this. You can also track other things with Omnicity. You can track people's AoE CC, for example. Like if you think it's important to see somebody's Chaos Nova, somebody's Leg Sweep, Shadow Fury, you know, whatever it may be. You can even you can select that you want to see Soothe from like a druid, or dispel cooldown from a hybrid, or you can even select certain raid cooldowns if you want. If you want to see tranquility cooldown, AM cooldown, sacrifice, whatever it may be, you can set all of this up here. Under spells, you see all of these. Like you can select whatever you want to see here. Then you can have this as a bar. The way I have the interrupts here is a bar, but you can also have a display under your player frame. Thank you so much for 25 months, Ushi. Thank you very much. So my my group frame is grid 2, and this works for every group frame, no matter what you use. If you use standard Blizzard UI or Voodoo or Healbot or whatever it may be that you're using as a group frame, you can attach Omnicity to your group frame, and you can select which things you want to show. Like for example, for druids, I selected to show me Barkskin and Renewal. So now I see if I use Renewal, then you can see it's on cooldown. And I see this for every person in the group, depending on what I selected. So for mages, for example, I want to track their combustion. So I select combustion. If I want to see ice block as well, or cauterize, or whatever you want to see it, then you can select it as well. This is mainly for offensive cooldowns here, but they're all like in whatever category, right? So these are all offensive cooldowns. You can also track defensive cooldowns, like cold snap all the time, great invisibility, whatever you want to select, you can select here, and then it will be tracked underneath the player. And you can select every class and see whatever you think is important, whatever you need to know. If you're a healer, you probably want to see the defensives, mainly, right? If you play healer, you want to see Barkskin Renewal, Health Pod, Health Zone, Dark Pact, whatever it may be that you want to see, right? But if you're a damage dealer, it might be important for you to see their offensive cooldowns. So if I play a damage dealer, I want to see, oh, does my Shadow Priest have PI ready soon? Is my Hunter gonna pop off soon with whatever cooldown? Is my Evoker gonna use... What's their thing called again? Dragon Rage. Is my Evoker gonna use Dragon Rage soon? And so on, right? So you can check their offensive cooldowns if you want. Does my Warlock have Infernal already? You know, you can all select it here if you want. And I personally think that's very useful to set up, so you get a little bit of an overview of the other people in your group. Thank you so much for gifting us up, Kalimate. Thank you very much. All right. Anything else? We mentioned bigwigs, weakauras, MDT, Omnicity, Plater. That's it, right? I mean, there's nothing else that is super important or even useful, right? Yeah, you can change the display wherever you want. You can change the icons to be on the left, to the top, to the right, even on top of it if you want. You can move them around however you want. You can make them bigger, smaller. You can change the amount of icons there are before it creates a new row. Like maybe you want 3 in a row or 4 in a row before it makes the new one, and so on. Is it possible to push Shine Plus without add-ons? Sure. You know, when my egg is on my second monitor. I did drink the beer yesterday. It was great. I loved it. Unfortunately, there's no more beer left. Otherwise, I would like another one right now. Yeah. So hot. Drinking a super cold beer. You know what? I should buy. What is it called? Like no alcohol beer. It's beer that has no alcohol in it. It's so nice to drink a beer in the evening when it's so hot. I think I should just buy some of those. Because I don't necessarily want to be drunk on a Thursday evening. No, not Radler. Yeah, non-alcoholic beer. Some non-alcoholic beer are actually very good. They taste just like a normal beer. They're actually very good. While we're at this, I might actually change some of the things I see. I'm gonna do this right now. Let's see. So we have priest. I want to see master spell. Wait, where's this displayed though? Did I do this correctly now? Interrupt is here, and this is gonna be underneath here, right? Or am I doing this wrong? It says it's tracking all of this, but it's not. I haven't set out Omni-Studio in so long. I have to learn how it works again. I just don't know. Okay, wait. So I'm in dungeons, general position, icons. Extra bars. Oh, the extra bar is this, right? Yeah, so this is this extra bar. And Raid City I've disabled. Oh, this is just the general spells that I've enabled, right? So it's Raid Cities that this is Raid Cities, right? Or am I imagining that? No, it's not. Shit. Okay. What is this then? It's not spells, because that's just a general thing, right? Where's it spells? No, it's not. It spells. Okay. So if I do this... Okay. Okay, we need to change the icons a little bit. They need to be slightly bigger. Okay, and then we need to move them slightly to the left. Perfect. Slightly too big. Okay, this is perfect. Alright, cool. Then... Okay, this is close enough. Alright, then what do we want to see? Let's remove the defensive cooldowns. I'm not a healer. We don't need to see that. I don't care about bark skin or renewal. I set this up when I was healing and I never used it. Alright, so Incarn. You want to see Incarn? That's about it, I think. Probably only want to see Incarn. I mean, what else do you want to see? Nothing. What do I want to see from a Resto Druid? Do I want to see something from a Resto Druid? Not really, I don't think. I want to see Berserk, I guess? Guardian of Ursoc. This one. I could track Convoke. Yeah, seems good. Okay. Demon Hunter. All of these defenses, we don't care about that. Well, actually, we do care about Last Resort and Meta. And Netherwalk. Then... Meta... I guess that's fine, I guess. You don't need to see this. Yeah, this is fine. DK. AMS, we don't care about this. Fortitude is fine, I guess. Wait, what was I tracking for Demon Last Resort? I think tracking tank cities is fine. I just don't want to track non-tank cities. What do we check for Blood Decay? That is not shared with the other DKs. Dancing Rune Weapon? Vamp Bloods? And Dancing Rune Weapon. Okay, yeah, that seems good. And for Vengeance, I just check Meta... I mean, Last Resort. Guess Demons? Nah. I don't want to check that. I mean, what do you check for Avengers, Demon Hunter? Is any of this, like, actually, like, super good cooldown or important or whatever? Not really, right? Okay, let's move on. So, for Evoker, we want to see... where is it? Dragon Rage, I guess. That's what we want to see, huh? Don't care about this or this. Stephanie, I like tracking certain raid cooldowns to know if they're gonna press it or not. Okay, Hunters. Let's check True Shot. Holy shit, that's a lot of buttons. An assault? I guess. What's that? BM Hunters? Do they have cooldowns? They have aspects of the wild, right? This is survival. This is fine, right? Oh, Bestial Wrath. Good point. I forgot about that. Alright, then Mage. Don't care about this. Fuck it. Okay, Combustion. I see Veins. What do you track for an Arcane Mage? What do they press to do damage? Touch of the Mega? Where's it? Oh, here. Eh, they have short cooldowns. Do we care? Maybe we don't care. Arcane Surge. Let's check that. Yeah. Okay, Monk. Fortifying Brew. I think that's pretty important. What's the most important defensive cooldowns for a Brewmaster for me to track? Oh, yeah. I only care about like actual like good cities. Hey Mercury, thank you so much for 28 months. What's up? Only dampen. Dampen and diffuse. Yeah, let's do that. That sounds good enough. And then offensive for, I guess, this one here for Windwalker. Storm, Earth, and Fire? I could track Touch of Death. No? No. They don't care about these cooldowns? Do they care about anything? Serenity. Only that. Don't care about this? Excellent. Wait, this one or something else? Okay. Cool. Then Paladin. Divine Shield is good. Paladins have so much that you technically want to track. It's actually kind of crazy. So for Paladin, I guess we want to track Guardian, right? Guardian and Defender? I don't know. Maybe Defender's not even that important. Maybe we just can track Guardian. This is kind of like tracking Barkskin. That doesn't seem that very important. So I'm already tracking Blessing of Protection and Blessing of Spell Warding. So I think we leave this for now. Then Priest. Pain Sup. Guardian Spirit. Dispersion. Disparate Prayer. Void Shift. Then Divine Hymn. Nah. There. Nah. Don't care about that. Rupture. And PI. Void Eruption. Do I check that? I mean, I feel like I can just track PI and then I know what their other cooldowns already, right? Like, they're not gonna disalign their cooldowns with PI, right? I think I can just track PI and I'm fine. I don't think I care about VE at all. Like, what can I do about VE? Like, nothing I can do. To Death, Evasion, Cloak. I like tracking Vanish. Ooh, I should track, Shroud, actually, yeah. Shrouds, let's check that. I like tracking Vanish. What do you track? Like, what's their offensive cooldowns? So rogues are always a mystery to me. They have like a million things and half them matter, half them don't. Who knows? Anything actually important? Or do they just, like, does none of it, like, matter that much? Shadow Blades, you think? I don't necessarily care about Soothe cooldown. Let's just check Shadow Blades, and that's it. Okay, Shaman. Let's not track their shit here. So what do we track offensive cooldowns for Shamans? What do they press that gives them damage? Grounding. Tremor. Storm Elemental and Fire Elemental? Sure. I have no idea why there's Ascendance 3 times. I guess it's different kinds of Ascendances. Let's just enable them all. Okay, then we have Warlock. Let's remove this for now. Next we have Dark Glare. Infernal. Tyrant? It's fine, I guess. Nether portal. Is it actually important? Do we need that? Okay, fine. Okay, then warrior. Let's remove this. Shield wall is fine. Spell block. Last stand. Oh, and spell reflect. Okay, spell reflect is here. Then offensive. Oh my god, what are offensive warrior cities? Which one actually matter? Is there anything that actually gives him a lot of... I feel like Fury Warrior always does damage. Okay, Avatar. Recklessness. Does it actually matter? Okay. Berserker? I don't see anything called Berserker. What's that? I do not want to check their defensives, nope. Alright. Is there anything else we want to check? Shadow Melt? Shadow Melt. Health pot. I don't think I want to check health pot. I don't think I care about darkness either. If it's there, it's there. I don't think I care about Ironbark either. Or Rewind. Sapphire's fine. Let's leave Ice Block. I think immunities are kind of nice to see. Everything else, whatever. Unless they're tank. AM is pretty good to know. Alright. Healing tide. Spirit link. Eh. Alright, let's see. I think this is fine like this. Oh, stricken. Oops. Thank you, Russell. Why is it that even with the new Warlock skins coming out, I still can't have a Felgreen Voidwalker? Good question. They should give you some color options for your Warlock pets. Why can't you just go to the barber with your Warlock pet and be like, hey, I'd like to paint my Voidwalker rat. Well, I don't know if I like it yet, Crows, yeah? We're gonna test this. I mean, I can give you the one for now. And if I change it, maybe people don't give a shit. I don't know, who knows. So how do you do that again? Oh, here. General and friendly. This is what I want to export, right? Oops. What the hell is the Partner Plus program? Oh my god. What is that? Here we are announcing the Partner Plus program, a new program for streamers to build toward as they continue to grow their businesses. This new partner program benefit will offer 7% share on net subscription revenue to streamers who meet the qualification, blah, blah, blah. Streamers in the Partner Plus program will receive a 70-30 revenue split. Share on net subscription revenue ranging from blah, blah, blah. For 12 months, up to 100k. To qualify, partners must maintain a sub count of at least 350 recurring paid subscriptions for 3 consecutive months. Once that happens, partners will automatically renew for the next 12 months, even if you click below the subscription threshold during 12 months. Partner Plus will launch on October 1, 2023. Streamers have made blah, blah, blah. And all the, Our focus has always been on... Okay. Can't believe they're actually, listening a little bit. Can you imagine? Man, Twitch really has been doing some shit lately. And now they have to control the damage, yeah. They have been doing some shit, and now they have to compromise a little bit, it looks like. Have to 100k party spooky? Oh, it's like that already. No, it's like this already. You only get 70-30 up to 100k. I think that's totally... Like, I think that's actually a very good thing. In a sense that... Like, I don't necessarily think it's a good thing that they take 50% of the subs. But I do think it's a good thing that they take more from the streamers that make more money. Because if you think about it as like a tax, then they're basically just taxing... It's a progressive tax on people that make a lot of money. So let's say until you earn $100k, you pay 30% tax, and anything above 100k, you pay 50% tax on. Like, just think of it as like a taxing system, like a progressive taxing system. So not to say that it's good that they're taking more money, but I do think it's good that if they actually need more money for some reason, like if they actually need it, then it's better that they take it from the high-end streamers rather than the plebs, you know? Alright, so there's a safe spot. Ooh, nice. I like it. That's pretty nice. I mean, the problem is that you can't stay there. Like, you're gonna be in range of inundate. And in range of deep freeze. Like, I personally, like, it's pretty cool that there is a safe spot. Like, this is a pretty cool thing. But I personally think it, like, dodging the waves is not, like, the most difficult thing. I think the thing that kills you in the bridge is the mini-boss's inundate cast and the deep freeze from the proto-drake, right? And I personally think that it's better to try and outrange those spells or to line of sight them. So you don't get hit, right? And if you stand on this side here, then you won't be able to do that. You won't be able to line the deep freeze and outrange the inundate. So for really high keys, it's probably not that useful, unfortunately. But if you don't... This could be useful for the healer. Because the healer is not going to outrange anything, I guess. Yeah, I just don't see the point, really, Devil Boy, right? Because you can just stand close to a pillar as well and just line it behind a pillar. I just don't see why I would go to this corner. Will it be up to 100k net on the partner thing or 100k from your 70-30 split? Wait, what? No, the way it works is that once you... Oh, you're saying... Oh, I think it's probably total. Or probably from your split. Actually, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. You don't see the full amount anywhere though. Like if you're a partner or if you in general just stream on Twitch, you see how much money you make from subs. You don't see how much money Twitch is taking. So I would assume that it's 100k from 70% split. Because otherwise it would be super weird. Because you don't see how much Twitch is taking anywhere. You can calculate it yourself, right? But there isn't a number anywhere, so I would kind of assume that it's 100k from the 70% split. I think that would make the most sense. Yeah, once Twitch has paid you 100k through subs, then from then on out, they will take 50% for the rest of the year. Because it's always just yearly based. It's always for the rest of the year, right? Your channel would take in like 142k before you get hit with the high rate. Yeah. I mean, it's an insane amount of money and an insane amount of subs. This only affects very few streamers. I mean, I don't want to say very few, but like the best streamers that make a shit ton of money anyway. Imagine earning 100,001 US dollar and pay 50%. That's not how it works. It's progressive. It's the same way as a progressive tax system works. Once you earn more than 100k, it's not that they're gonna take 50% retroactively from the money before that. They're only gonna take it from there on out. So if I have, I mean, how many subs is that approximately? Let's calculate this. It's like, is it 30,000 subs? Oh no, wait, I did the comma wrong. Oh, it is 30,000, so I did do it correctly, right? Per month, obviously, I'm talking about. Wait. Did I do it wrong? I must have done this wrong. Wait a second, wait a second. That makes no sense. It's $3.75 is approximately what you get from a sub, right? Like around 3.75. Okay, it's wait. Oh, I did. It's approximately 2.5K, right? Per month. Monthly subscriptions. Something like that. Because if you 2.5K times 3.75 is like 9K a month times 12. Yeah. Yeah, so it's approximately 2,500 subs. Monthly subs, of course. So you would have 2.5K per year. I mean, every month for a year, right? Yeah, so let's say, so if you have 2,500 subs every month for a year, then you would make around 100K. And if you get 70%, right? So you get 70% from your 2.5K subs, and then in December, you reach 100K. Because in December, 4,000 people subscribed, okay? Now, what that means is that after you have earned 100K already from your 2,500 subs per month, then any additional subs from there on out, they will take 50% from, right? So it's not that retroactively they will take away money from you. They will just, once you have earned 100K within a year from subscribers, which is approximately 2.5K subscribers per month, then they'll just take 70% from there on out. Which, you know, like, I'm sure it's a lot of money for people that have a shit ton of subs, right? Like, if you have 10,000 subscribers or whatever, right, then Twitch will actually take a lot of money from you. But, I mean, how many people have 10K subscribers, right? I mean, because 2.5K subs is already a lot, right? Because even if you have 2.5K subscribers, then they still won't take money from you, except at the very end from like maybe 100 subs, you know? Because if you have 2.5K subscribers a month, you make a little bit over 100K within a year. So they would only take very little money from you, right? If you make, let's say, 110K per year, then they'll take 50% from 10K. They don't take 50% from 110K, right? So you would only lose a little bit. Everything that's above 100K. So this really only affects people that have 3,000 subscribers or more every month, which is not that many streamers. Thanks for the 42 months, Beast. Oh my god, I said the word subs too many times. My brain's not working anymore. How many subs do you think the average reasonable popular streamer has? It's really hard to tell. Like, sometimes people, like, it's vastly different. Like, sometimes people have a lot more subs than what you think they would have, or the other way around. But I think what you can kind of, I think for most like decent sized streamers, you can assume that they have roughly the same amount of subscribers than they have average viewers. It's kind of, it's not always true, obviously, right? But if there's a streamer that has around 1,000 viewers on average, like every time you see the streamer, they always have 1,000 viewers, then they probably also have like around 1,000 subscribers. It's what I always like eyeball. Thank you so much for 5 subs, and you're gonna appreciate that. We're getting so close to the 2.5K subs. We're getting it. Thank you, Mugen. Welcome to Tarachi, Rock, Honey Chunker, Delight Raven, and JQ Martin. Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody. No, the 100k has nothing to do with ad revenue. No, because it's specifically only about subscriber revenue. Yeah, Primes also give 7. I mean, depending on which sub split you have, if you have a 50-50 split and somebody gives you a Prime sub, then you get 50% from how much this person would have paid if they paid normally. If you have a 70-30 split, then you get 70 from a Prime sub, right? As far as I understand. But yeah, I'm glad they changed this. It's pretty nice. You need a 3... I personally like the fact that they make it 350 subs recurring. Well, I don't like it that they make this... Like, I'm not saying that I like it that it's 350. I'm just saying that I like it that they have a certain number for people to reach. Because I think it kind of encourages people to reach a certain number. And I do think it's better than what they did in the past. Because in the past, it was so dumb how it worked on Twitch. Basically, if you were a normal streamer, you had a 50-50 split by default. And if you were a partner, you also had a 50-50 split by default. And the way it worked all the way back when I started streaming, like 7 years ago, if you had average like 500 viewers or more, then you were eligible for a 70-30 split, but only if you asked your partner manager. It was really stupid. So you basically had to message your partner manager and be like, hey, so I heard you can get a 70-30 split if you have 500 viewers. And then it was like, yeah, here's your 70-30 split. So if a streamer didn't know about this, but they would have been eligible, and they didn't ask, then they just lost a lot of money. Just because they didn't know that they have to ask. That's why I remember, since I knew about this for a while already, and what I did is I told everyone. Like, I remember I was at Gamescom, and I met, like, a bunch of Twitch streamers, and I was always like, did you ask your partner manager about your 70-30 split? And they're like, no. And I told them what to do, and I was like, do you know how to get a 70-30 split? So I was just running around to partners and be like, go message your partner manager. Go get your 70-30 split. And so many streamers got this split because I told them. And I remember they were so happy. I remember people messaging me afterwards like, oh my god, thank you, Naguura. I got a 70-30 split. I was like, yes, go get that money. But yeah, that's obviously not how it works anymore. But then it was really dumb eventually. The way it ended up working at some point was that it was super, super hard to get a 70-30 split. Like, they just didn't give it out anymore, basically. Unless you had super crazy, like, viewer numbers. But if you were part of an organization that had a Twitch deal, then you got 70-30 splits. Which was the dumbest thing. Because it kind of encouraged streamers to join an org, even if they didn't want to. Because joining an org is usually not beneficial to you as a content creator. Because you're tied down in what sponsors you can get, right? Because if you're part of, let's say TSM, as a streamer, you're like a content creator for TSM, then TSM has sponsors, right? Like TSM is sponsored by Coca-Cola, Red Bull, like whatever it may be, Honda. And TSM is getting paid by those sponsors, not you personally as a creator. And then TSM gives you money. It says, if you join TSM, you get $2,000 a month, right? But that means that you have to advertise their sponsors, and you cannot get any competing sponsors for yourself. So if TSM is sponsored by Red Bull, And then Monster messages me and says, "Hey, Naguura, I'm gonna give you $5 million a month for advertising Monster." And I'm like, "Ah, shit, I can't do that because I'm in TSM and TSM is sponsored by Red Bull. Fuck, you know?" And then you can't take the sponsorship, right? So that's usually why being in an org as a content creator is not beneficial, because you just have a middleman. Because the org is taking money from the sponsorships, then they take a cut, and then they give you some money. And the cut that they're taking is unknown. Like you don't know how much money the org actually gets from those deals. You just know the end amount that you get yourself. So it's possible that, let's say, TSM gets 100K per month from Red Bull, and they only give 50K out to their content creators. Like they keep 50,000 for themselves, and 50,000 they give away to their content creators, right? Technically. Or they could take even more. They could even take 80K and give 20K to their content creators, right? We don't know. We don't know how much they take. So if you're a content creator, it's technically a lot more beneficial to you to make deals directly with a company, right? So that you're directly sponsored by Red Bull, or you're directly sponsored by HyperX or whatever, instead of being part of an org and then the org is being sponsored, right? So that's why joining an org is generally not a super good idea. But if you didn't have a 70-30 split on Twitch, then it was super beneficial for you as a content creator to join an org just to get more money from subscribers on Twitch, which was super messed up because many streamers didn't have the 70-30 splits, so they ended up joining an org because they kind of had to get more subscriber money. So Twitch doesn't take 50%, which was really annoying. But now they're changing that, as far as I'm aware. So now the orgs don't get the 70-30 split anymore. And now with this new program here, I assume there's a chance again for people to get a 70-30 split without being an org, which is nice. So that's why I like this in general. I don't know if the 350 might be a bit high though. I think this number is a bit high. Because I assume, because it says paid subscriptions. So I think what this means is that it's 350 normal subs. I think Prime subs probably don't count. So let's say you have 1,000 subscribers, but 800 of those 1,000 are Prime subs, then you would not fall into this thing, I believe. Yeah, it means non-gifted, non-Prime, which 350 is a lot. That's a lot. I mean, I can check how many subs I have that are just like normal subs, but I don't think it's like it's usually not that much. I'm not sure if I see that anywhere. Let's see. It doesn't show the amount of Prime subs I have for some reason. All right, I have 786 tier 1 subs. Okay, so technically, I mean, I would fall into this category, right? But a 350 paid subs without Prime, I think is kind of hard to achieve for someone that isn't already like an established streamer, you know? I mean, I've been streaming for a really long time and I have a pretty good like average viewer. So for me, I guess it would be achievable, right? But it probably is pretty hard to reach for any like normal streamer, I want to say. But at least it's possible that you can still get 70-30. I mean, that's something. Because before this, you weren't even able to get 70-30 at all if you didn't have it already. So I guess it's something. Okay, let's see what else this program has. Twitch partner program is for those committed to streaming and ready, blah, blah, blah. I assume there's nothing else different other than the 70-30, right? Channel customization, custom emotes, user batch, extended VOD storage, rerun and premieres, subscriber streams. Oh, that just means sub-only streams, right? Or, wait, what is a subscriber stream? I never even heard of this before. Is it a sub-only stream? Simply select your audience and chat permission. Oh, it's like sub-only chat, but sub-only viewing? Dude, I didn't know that you can stream to sub-only. I mean, I knew that you can have chat in sub-only mode, but I didn't know that you can make your whole stream sub-only. Huh. Is that really, does that really work? Sub-only streams, I didn't know that's a thing. Huh. I do kind of like that though. Like sometimes when you don't feel like streaming properly, but you still kind of want to chill, could do a sub-only stream. I'll think about this. Alright, Twitch stream creation, blah, blah, blah. Access partner only opportunities, guaranteed video transcodes, stream delay. Oh yeah, gifted subs? No. Wait. There's a certain count towards the qualification criteria. Applies towards the qualification criteria. Items eligible for the 70-30 net subscription revenue. What does that mean? Oh, does that mean that you don't get 70-30 from a Prime sub? That's what that means, right? Oh, this is also interesting. Alright, so this means that you need 350 fully paid subs, no Prime, no gift subs, to be eligible. Now, this also means that if you have 70-30 split, then you don't get 70-30 from Prime subs. Only from gifted subs and from normal Tier 1 subs, Tier 2 and Tier 3. And Prime subs do not count towards your 100k threshold. So that actually means that you need even more subs. That means that it counts even less than what I said earlier. Earlier I said you need around 2.5k subs to be above 100k per year with a 70-30 split. But if Prime subs don't count, it's probably even more than that. Depending on how many Prime subs you have, right? Like let's say you have 1,000 Prime subs and they all don't count towards the threshold, right? Then you need a total of like 3,500 subs because 1,000 of them don't count, right? So I guess it's even higher than I thought. Thanks for the Prime, Amarantha. Thank you so much. There we go. Pretty insane. Gift subs don't count. They're still paid for by the gifter and not by Jeff Bezos like Prime subs. I think, okay, so I don't want to say that it makes sense. Like, I don't want to say that it's a good thing, but I do think, like, this is probably a little bit of a protection to not push people into the category if they don't, like, quote unquote, deserve it. Like, imagine there's a streamer that has like 50 average viewers, which, you know, is totally fine, right? And there's like a few people in his stream, or maybe even people in his real life of the streamer, like maybe the streamer is gifting subs to themselves to make partner, you know, or like a friend of them is gifting sub to make partner, because you could like buy partner that way, you know what I mean? If gifted subs would count, then you can buy yourself a partner. You can just say, oh, I'm gonna gift my own channel 350 subs for 3 months in a row, and I'm partner, right? It would be a lot of money, of course, but you could technically do that, right? And I think that's probably why they don't want gifted subs to count. So people can't buy partner or buy the 70-30 splits. People would definitely do that for sure. Yeah, people would definitely gift 350 subs to get a 70-30 split. Make 350 accounts and buy individual subs. I mean, you could probably still do that, right? Certainly. You could make 350 accounts and sub on 350 different accounts to still get the partner, but that would be a lot more effort than just gifting 350 subs, right? Why is that a problem? Is Partner Plus permanent? It's per year, I believe. I think it's a yearly thing. Yeah, there's also certain countries where a sub is very cheap. Devil boy. Alright, anyway, guys, I'm gonna leave you for today. There's no way 350 subs for 3 months to then get an extra 10 rupees every 9 months from sub revenue makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it makes sense necessarily, but I guess it's also a little bit of a prestige thing that people want to be attached. It's weird because I've seen this a few times on Twitter now, where streamers kind of complained that being a partner is not giving them any benefits anymore. Like, I heard people complain about this. People said, what's the point in making partner? Like, you don't get anything extra. Like, there's nothing special about it, blah, blah, blah. Like, what's the point? Might as well stay affiliate, or might blah, 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 right? And on one hand, I kind of understand where they're coming from. But on the other hand, I also think if partners would actually get more benefits, then that would be like super, like, wouldn't that be bad for everyone that isn't a partner then, right? So why would you want that to be true? Why would you want partners to be treated like in a better way? Because that automatically means that people that are not partner are getting something less, like either they get less money or less whatever. And I'm not sure why people would want that, right? Necessarily, I don't know. Sorry. Thank you so much for the donation. I didn't see it, but I'm gonna open it in just a second. Jeff Bezos donated 3 euros and 33 cents. Amazon Prime sub, Amazon Prime sub, Amazon Prime sub, rockets go bro. Can't believe she didn't say that. The text-to-speech. What the? Because they're making you more money? Same way a salesperson who sells more gets more. No, no, no. Like, I'm not saying... Thank you so much for 26 months, Polo. Thank you, thank you. I mean, I do understand why a partner technically would get something more. Like, I understand why that would be true. But I don't understand why people are pushing for that. Like, I don't understand why I should get a higher sub split than a streamer that has like 100 average viewers, right? Shouldn't you support the streamers that are starting out to make sure that they can become a bigger streamer? Like, I understand that Twitch can rewarding bigger streamers somehow makes sense in my opinion from Twitch, but I don't like, I personally never liked this affiliate partner thing, because I just thought that being at a disadvantage as an affiliate just makes it so much harder for you to actually make enough money to make a living so you can become a partner, right? Like, what's the point? Like, just give the affiliates fucking the same as the partner so they can actually make it, right? Thanks for 27 light words. What's up? What they could do instead is they could give the partners recognition otherwise, which isn't monetary, right? Like if people really want partners to get something extra to make sure that it's worth it to work towards that goal, which I understand, then they could give them something that maybe doesn't have monetary value as much. You know, they could say, I know partners get a special sign sent to their house, or they get more emote slots, or like a better badge, or I don't know, like something that isn't maybe monetary. Because I just think it's weird that somebody that isn't a partner would make less money, because you need the opposite to be true almost, right? You need the people that don't have as many subscribers and don't have as many people watching. They should be making enough money to make it, right? So I personally don't like the fact that people are pushing for partners to be treated better, at least in a monetary sense, at least. Affiliates shouldn't have stream exclusivity for the same reason. I mean, it depends, right? I think if a partner gets more money somehow than an affiliate, then it's fine to make the partner have exclusivity and the affiliate not. But I don't think it would make sense to give the affiliate non-exclusivity and the partner exclusivity when there's no monetary difference at that point. Because at that point, it would be a downside to be a partner, right? And you don't want that to be true either. You definitely don't want being partner to be a downside. But you simultaneously also do not want affiliates to somehow like gain less money to make it harder for them to become a bigger streamer. So yeah, I personally think giving partners a benefit makes sense as long as it's not from direct revenue. Like partners shouldn't get a higher sub split or more ad money. Partners can get more emotes, that's fine. Or partners could get some other cool thing that affiliates maybe don't get or whatever. But they shouldn't get more money from subs. That's weird. Makes no sense. Thanks for 11 months, Kadisam. Thank you. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna leave for today. This time I really am gonna leave. Thank you so much for watching and for hanging out. I appreciate you as always. Let's see. Remember to follow my stream if you haven't yet. And check out my YouTube channel. Frank is surely gonna post a video very soon about whatever I rambled about today. I'm sure it's going to be a great video, so definitely check it out. Also, check out my TikTok and my YouTube short channel because Frank is uploading TikToks there too. He uploaded a great TikTok about where I was shit-talking healers. And people got very upset and were baited very greatly. Frank did a great job baiting people with the baby and whatever. It was great. You should watch it. People were very upset. It's funny. You should read the comments. Hello, Frank. What's up? I just said how you baited all of Twitter and all of the healer community, and it's great that everyone should watch it. I love it when healers are upset. Same. It's great. Alright, let's host somebody. Who do you want to watch? Astrotharian. Are they rating? Ooh, they're rating. Perfect. They're doing Mythic Starcraft. They're in a 2-day rating guild. And they I don't know how close they are to killing the boss, but they're pretty good. They also have Bart doing their weakauras, which is cool. They have super insane weakara Setups. Frank says, thank you, healers. Perfect. Yeah, the TikTok is popping off. People are very enraged about it. And of course, when people are enraged, they give you all of the interactions and the comments and the likes. It's great. You have a warlock named Moonkin Sucks? Oh yeah, I do. Guild asked me to reroll to Moonkin this year. What? Why? What happened? What's wrong with them? A few unfollowed? Oh yeah, that happens. That happens. They'll come back eventually.
Rush here, do you? Or did I miss it?
Alright guys,
You do. You do get
Oh,
hurt.